Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, Miss.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, madam.
Just 5 minutes.
Madam,
Yes.
Mashram, this
Uh,
is uh, this is second semester link, na?
Second semester.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
Madam. Good morning. I am ready. Start చేయమంటారా? Okay. Yeah, good morning to one and all present for the session. Good morning to one and all present for the session.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yeah, is the slides visible? I shared the PPTs. Are they visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, today we are going to take up the second unit of our strategic management. In the yesterday class, we have gone through the first unit of our strategic management. In this second unit, mainly we have to look into environment and its components as related to strategic management, environmental and analysis and diagnosis, environment scanning and appraisal, organizational appraisal, strategic advantage analysis and diagnosis, then followed by SWOT analysis. So in this, many of the components you already gone through in your first semester under the heading Business Environment and Law. In business environment and law, already some of the components we have gone through. Now we are going to look into how practically they are being used, because they said that the environmental scanning is essential and we have to take a lot of inputs from this environmental scanning and so on and so forth. So how those inputs are going to be useful to us while formulating the strategy, that we'll look into in this strategic management today. So this is second unit because already majority of the part you have gone through in your first semester. I'll be briefly touching and then I'll be moving. I'll try to move to third unit because third unit is bigger unit. So it requires a little bit additional time. Okay. So in 4 sessions, we have to complete 5 units. So accordingly, we will plan and we'll move. Okay. So now let us try to go through one after the other by calling back what we have learned in our first semester. So in our first semester, we learned about business environment. Business environment is a set of conditions. What set of conditions means? Step in. STEP in stands for socio-cultural, technological, economic, political, international, and natural factors. Okay. So out of this, all these factors are uncontrollable because those factors which we are able to control and which we are able to adjust according to our organizational requirements, we need not worry that much about controllable factors. What we have to take care, we need to take care of those factors which are beyond our control, because those factors which beyond our control, we must be able to identify, and then we have to adjust our organizational activities to fit into the changes that are taking place in environment. Okay, so we have to adjust according to the environmental conditions because they are all uncontrollable. Say, for example, if you take environment, business environment also includes natural environment. In this natural environment, suppose we expect that today it is going to rain. We cannot control the rain. It is an uncontrollable factor. But what we can do is we can prepare. We can prepare to overcome that difficulty or to encash that opportunity. So how this raining will be an opportunity and how it will be a difficulty means, suppose you are traveling outside, it is a difficulty. It is a difficulty like, so your clothes may become wet, your head may become wet, like that. So in order to overcome that, you may take the help of an umbrella, or if you are traveling by two-wheeler, instead of two-wheeler, you can travel by four-wheeler. By that, you can avoid you can overcome the difficulties of rain. Okay, the same factor, a better factor for a farmer. If it is going to rain, then they may feel happy because the land requires more and more rain, like that. Or if someone is not looking for rain, and if a crop is there, some picked up crop like chilies and all these things are there in the open ground, they will make arrangements to overcome that difficulty or to overcome the nuisance and nonsense of the rain, like that. So for these factors are uncontrollable, and for some, and at one moment of time it may be good, and at another moment of time it may not be good. But all these uncontrollable factors, what we have to do is they will affect our day-to-day functioning. So in order to meet those opportunities or to overcome the challenges, we have to adjust our activities. So if it is expected that by 11 o'clock it is going to rain, then before 11 we will try to complete all the activities and we will try to reach home. So like that, or if it is going to be beyond 11, either we can go with raincoat or umbrella to protect ourselves from the rain. Okay. So in that way, we have to make adjustments in our activities because those factors are uncontrollable in nature. Then why should we look into this business environment? Means business organizations are not self-sufficient or self-contained. This means the inputs of the business organization, any business organization requires land, labor, capital, and organization. These are factors of production. All the factors of production will be drawn from the society. Society means, say, natural things. So it belongs to everybody. We have to draw the things from the society, and at the same time, whatever our business organization produces, we have to deliver it to the society. Of course, we will sell. We will buy the material and we will produce the finished goods and we will sell. But both for what we have to identify here is both for input and output, we are dependent upon the society. So that is why it is said that business organizations are not self-sufficient or self-contained. So why? Because we have to obtain the resources from society and environment, and we have to deliver the output also to the society and environment. So mutual dependency increases in complexity and variable in environment changes. Innovation or political developments bring about change that impacts in different ways, because these factors are going to be many, like socio-cultural, technological, economic, political, legal, like that. So these factors are going to directly or indirectly have impact. Say, for example, international factors. A crash down, a crash of the market in the international market, New York Stock Exchange. Suppose if it comes down, that is what is known as crashing. So if it crashes, immediately next business day, immediately our Indian stock market will also crashes. It will come down. Okay. Why? Because today the entire globe become a village, global village concept. Or if there is a change in dollar price, it is going to have impact on those people who are doing export and import business. Why? Because this dollar is international currency. Dollar is international currency. Okay, like international language, it is like how English is international language, international currency. So though dollar belongs to US, any impact on any small change in the activities of dollar, it reflects on the entire world. That is why any decision, everybody nowadays looks for the decision to be taken by the American Federal Bank, because American Federal Bank is the bank which will take with regard to dollars, because that is the central bank of the America. Okay, as Reserve Bank of India for India. Anything related to rupee movement, okay, SLR, all these things will be taken care by our RBI in case of Indian currency. Okay, like that, the Federal Bank will take care of the US dollar activity. So that is why the entire world will be looking for the decisions of the Federal Bank. So today, knowingly or unknowingly, many factors are going to have impact on your business decisions. Because you are living in a global village, you are not an isolated one. Okay. So change is the only constant reality of our time, because change is inevitable. Change always will be there in the business activity, because these are not static activities, these are dynamic activities. Okay. Environmental variables are constantly changing in which business operates. New opportunities and threats emerging daily. Management must adapt to these changes to ensure survival in a competitive environment. To do this, it is crucial to understand the composition of this business environment. So what it contains, we should have a look into that. Okay. So there is UPS problem. That is why I changed the connection. Now, if you look into the characteristics of the business environment is always complex, because the effects are multiple effects. It is not direct effect. And this business environment is dynamic in nature. Dynamic means always changing, keep changing, not static. And multifaceted and far-reaching impact will be there. So far-reaching impact means direct impact and indirect impact will be there. So business environment is compounded in nature. That means it is keep adding to the previous effect. New effect will be adding to the previous effect. So that is what is known as compounding. Okay, we all hear about this compound interest to simple interest. When we add interest also to principal amount to calculate interest for the next period, that is known as compound interest. Okay, in that way, business environment is compound in nature, means the earlier effects will be, the present effects will be added to the earlier effects to consider the total effect of the environment on business. So that is what we mean by business environment is compound in nature. Business environment is constantly changing process. So what is permanent is change is permanent. Change is constantly it will change. Okay. Business environment is different for different business units. It is not going to be same because the opportunity, it may be opportunity for one person or one organization, business organization. The same thing may be a disadvantage or a negative thing, a threat to another business organization. Say, recent, if you see the impact of COVID and all, COVID has created a lot of opportunities to pharma industry, but at the same time has created threats to white goods industry. So people postponed buying the white goods because first priority should be given to the basic requirements followed by the healthcare. So that is why it become an opportunity to healthcare. More and more medicines they used to sell, and it become a threat to the white goods industry. Like that, so the impact environment is not going to be one and same to all the business units. So it has both long-term and short-term impact, unlimited influence of external environmental factors. Because as you are aware in the business environment, internal environment will be there, external environment will be there. It is very uncertain, true. Interrelated components, one is connected to the other one. It includes both internal and external environment. And of course, we need not worry about internal environment. Why? Because internal environmental factors are all within our control. Then why to study the business environment means for developing broader strategies to ensure sustainability. Sustainability means for survival, for growth and survival, we need to develop sustainable, means which lasts for longer tenure. So that plan is going to be useful to us for longer period. So for that purpose, we have to develop strategies because strategy itself, a long-term plan or a broad basic plan. So that is what we observed in the previous class. So in order to develop the strategies for the sustainability of any organization, we need to consider the business environment. In the first semester, you study the management. In management, while studying the planning, you might have studied planning premises. Planning premises. Planning premises means the conditions that is all what we are considering in order to plan for the future. Because by assuming or by projecting that this is going to be the future condition, we will be planning accordingly. We will be planning accordingly. So for strategic planning also, it is for further long term. General planning is, see, this planning again, it may be short term, medium term, long term. This long term planning is only known as strategic management or strategic planning. Okay. So since we are planning for the long term, we need to consider the impact of how it is going to be, the environmental factors are going to be in the forthcoming longer tenure that we have to consider, and accordingly we have to formulate the strategies, because we are aware that while planning we should consider the what conditions may prevail. Okay, that is what we studied as planning premises. Planning premises. So to know the planning premises, we should go through the business environment. So to foresee the impact of socio-economic changes at the national and international levels on the firm's ability. Say, some may have doubt, we are not going to do business in the international markets, then why should I worry about what is happening in internationally? My dear friends, today, though you are operating locally, you should look globally. Why? Because you may not be operating globally. but your competitor is there. From anywhere in the world, they can enter into market and they can become competitor to you. So that is why, though you are operating locally, nationally, or regionally, you must have a look towards the international factors also, what is happening throughout the world. Why? Because if your country market is good and attractive, then immediately one Korean company or one American company or a Japanese company will enter into Indian market and they will try to explore the market. Okay, so that is why we need to consider both national and international factors. For that purpose, we need to study the business environment. For analyzing the competitors' strategies and formulation of effective countermeasures. So, in formulating the strategies, there are certain things, basics or fundamentals. First, you should know about your company. Know yourself. Yourself means not individual. Know your company. Know your customer. KNOW. I'm not talking about NO, no. KNOW, no. Know about yourself. That means about your company. What your company products. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? How good your product is. What are the positive features of your product when compared with your competitors? What are the negative features of your product or disadvantages of your product when compared with negative or disadvantages means what others are offering and what your product is not offering. That will become a disadvantage or negative feature of your product. So that also you should know. So KNOW, know about yourself, know about your customer who is going to buy the product. Says their wants, requirements will be keep on changing. Okay. See, once upon a time, the air conditioners, televisions with remote TV, with remote is an option. But now, remote, even if you are buying a 2000 rupees TV also, remote is a must. That remote culture came to music systems, so on and so forth also. Now people are taking remote even to the fans also. And now, thanks to the artificial intelligence now, so far what is happening, if you take a product like a bulb, say for night bulb, for the night bulb you are using a small, say 15 watts or 10 watts bulb. Or for the total room spread, you might be using a tube light. For reading purpose, you may be using a focus light. But now, you need not have all the three. Now, AI will facilitate only one bulb will act as so while reading, it will focus on your book. While you are spending quality time with your family members, okay, then it will spread the light throughout the hall. While you are sleeping, it will act as a red light. Already, Philips came with 3-in-1. You need not have 3 products. Same product will be used for 3 different purposes because it will have sensors and that sensors will do everything. Okay. So for analyzing the competitor strategic formulation effective countermeasures and to keep oneself dynamic, because always change is inevitable. Unless you change yourself according to the changes that are taking place in the society, you will be out of the business. Because we need to be survive. We need to ensure growth in our business. As you are aware from your accounting principles, which you studied in your first semester, it clearly says that the organization is a continuous functioning one. That means it don't have definite lifetime, like it is going to be for 5 years, 10 years, like that. Okay, that principle already you studied. It is a fictitious person. So there is no lifetime. So that is why always your organization has to survive and it should ensure growth also. Then when you look into the components of environment, macro environment, micro environment, in between market environment will also be there. So micro environment means only inside. Macro means outside. This market environment means via media. Sometimes it will be micro, sometimes it will be macro. Say, coming to socio-cultural, technological, economic, political-legal, international, natural factors, step-in factors. These are purely macro environmental factors or external environmental factors. The internal environment are our own organizational resources, our own human resources, our own managerial talent. All these will become the internal environment or micro environment. Market environment means partly internal and partly external. Suppose our suppliers, to certain extent they will listen to us. Beyond a limit, they will take their own decisions. Like that, intermediaries. That means our distribution network. They will also, to certain extent, they will obey our guidelines. When we are going extremely, they will leave all those things and they will take care of themselves. So like that, there is another environment in between micro, that is internal, and macro, that is external. In between, market environment is there. So, but we will study only two types of environment: internal business environment and external business environment. Again, external is also converted into external micro and external macro. And again, people are going to consider external macro. This external macro business environment also, again, economic business environment and non-economic. Non-economic means all social, cultural, technological, political, legal, all these things comes under non-economic, except economic factors. All economic factors comes under economic business environment. Remaining all factors comes under environment. That means money related goes to economic, and not money related but related to business comes under non-economic. Then, in order to identify the impact of these internal factors, external factors, again external micro, macro, again in external macro, economic, non-economic factors, to have impact of all these things, we should do environmental analysis. So what is this environmental analysis means? It is the study of the organizational environment. So environmental analysis is the study of organizational environment to determine environmental factors that can significantly influence the organizational operations. So we are going to study the environmental factors which will have impact on our organizational activities. So how we should go for environmental analysis means by measuring the weaknesses and strengths of internal environment of the organization, and by going through or identifying the opportunities and threats of the external environment. So it is nothing but the SWOT analysis. In the SWOT analysis, we are aware SWOT analysis means strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. So in that SWOT, first SW belongs to strengths and weaknesses, belongs to internal environment. Opportunities and threats belongs to external environment. This environmental analysis means to identify the influence of various factors in the operational activities of the organization is the purpose of doing the environmental analysis. The environmental analysis then influences corporate planning and policy decisions. Why? Because while planning, we are aware that planning premises. So that means what conditions are going to prevail, that we should consider. That is what we mean by planning premises. So to understand the planning premises, one should go through the environmental analysis. Then what are the limitations means? There is no guarantee that strictly whatever we analyze, those factors will only take place. Because there may be several unknown factors or several factors which we might not have considered, because they might not have come to our notice. And furthermore, the reliability of the data and timeliness of the data is more important for this environmental analysis. But apart from the limitation of environmental analysis. So if you take the process of environmental analysis, how the environmental analysis is being conducted means it includes 3 steps. Company must identify the environmental factors that affect the business. So first of all, we should identify what factors are going to have impact on our business. Then we should gather information about those factors. And that gathered information, we should able to interpret, because we must be able to illuminate, imaginate, and interpret. Illuminate, imaginate, and interpret means whatever information we collected, that we must be illuminated. Illuminated means we should see in a brighter way, in the brighter light. Okay, and we should interpret what it is going to happen. So, and how it is going to have impact, that is what is known as interpretation. So, whatever information about the environmental factors, that you must be able to illuminate, imaginate, and interpret. So, as we are aware, in the SWOT analysis, S and W, strengths and weaknesses, belongs to internal environment, but opportunities and threats comes from external environment. So to identify the opportunities and threats, or to identify the impact of external environment, we should do pest analysis. Pest analysis or step analysis. This is nothing but the political, economic, social, and technological factors, how they are going to have impact, what changes that are in the technology, what changes that are taking place in the political legal environment, what changes are taking place in the international economic environment. So all these factors that we must be able to assess. So why this pest analysis is important means to avoid taking actions that are likely to fail, because we have to take the decisions for future. But if you say to your employer, if you say, no, I have taken a decision, I don't know whether I am going to be successful or failure, then immediately your employer will say, okay, bye-bye, see you. Because though future is uncertain, a professional candidate like MBA, like you, why your employer is hiring you? So with all your professional knowledge, you must be able to foresee. You must be able to foresee the unforeseen factors, and you must be able to imagine that is going to happen in future, and you must be able to assess it. So it is nothing but increasing the probability of success and reducing the probability of, because if you take normal organization, success is 0.5 and failure is also 0.5. But a professional organization, in a professional organization, the success should be more than 0.5. The probability of success should be always more than 0.5. And the probability for failure should be less than 0.5. So that is where your professional knowledge, your professional skills will work out. Because always this management is for future, and future is always uncertain. So with the end of pest analysis, you must be able to identify opportunities and threats. Then is there any big list for opportunity and threat means? There is nothing like that, my dear friends. A favorable conditions to our business is an opportunity. An unfavorable condition to our business is a threat. Why? Because there is nothing, a list like these are all threats, these are all opportunities. Why? Because as I already told you, the opportunity for an organization may be a threat to another organization. The threat to another industry may be an opportunity to the other industry. As I gave the example of COVID, like COVID became a very big opportunity, business opportunity to pharma industry, but it became a big threat to the white goods industry. Sorry, suddenly I am attacked with this viral cough and cold. So opportunities and threats. So at the end of the pest analysis, you should identify the opportunity and threat. Now, as already you identified the opportunities and threats with pest analysis, now you can go for SWOT analysis. Then you may have a question. Sir, in SWOT analysis, what about strengths and weaknesses? Strengths and weaknesses belongs to your own organization. Your own organization. That is your internal environment. That means everything is within your control. So that is why you need not worry too much about these internal factors. So what should be done is you should take care of the pest analysis, pestle analysis, and with that you must be able to identify the opportunities and threats, which because these two are external to your organization, and you must be able to identify them. And with the help of your strengths and weaknesses, which are related to your organization, internal environment, you must be able to encash the opportunities, in the market with the help of your strengths. At the same time, you must be able to overcome the threats that is going to be posed by the external factors with the help of your strengths by reducing your weaknesses. Okay. So then why this SWOT analysis is important means SWOT analysis is versatile because it is going to combine both internal and external. It is going to come out in an action mode, in an actionable way. So now if you take SWOT analysis, some example also given. So basically this SWOT analysis means internal and external, as I already informed you. Internal, this strengths and weaknesses belongs to internal environment. Opportunities and threats belongs to external environment. So the strengths includes skilled and motivated employees of your organization, well-run purchasing activity of your organization, effective marketing team of your organization. All these are your strengths. But at the same time, your organization may be suffering with weaknesses like high number of rejects because your production is not that much standardized. So there are high number of rejects are taking place. Senior managers are approaching to retirement. There is no next level preparation for the future. And there is a big gap with regard to middle level management. Only juniors are there and at most seniors are there. All the seniors are reaching for retirement. Once they near to retirement, they almost lost interest on everything and they will look for peaceful retirement. So at the verge of retirement, many people will not take the risk. Normal employees I am talking about. If you take CEO level and all, the more seniority, the more risk they will take out of their seniority. But normal employees at the verge of retirement, they don't want to take many risks and they don't want to venture into several things. Okay, then if you take the external environment, opportunities and threats. Opportunities includes you have in the market, there are so many loyal customers to your brand. And innovative technology adopted by your organization leads to lowering the cost of, by that when cost of production comes down, automatically you can reduce your price and then you can compete very effectively in the market. And new markets are emerging. Whatever not prepared earlier, Now new markets are emerging. New markets means don't think that entirely new. Even preparedness for the products, even now, it is readiness. Suppose if you take Indian market, let us take simple example like the bath soaps, okay, or the toilet soaps. If you take during 70s, we have only carbolic soaps. Carbolic soaps means at where TFM is less than 65. Total fatty meat is less than 65. So to tell you easily, carbolic soaps means like that old traditional lifebuoy. They are known as that type of soaps are known as carbolic soaps. Okay. During 70s and all, our market, Indian market is ready for carbolic soaps only. Because in 50s and all, our people didn't use the soaps. Our people used some herbal powders like thing. Okay. They used to take care of that green grams, make it powder. They used to make use of that green grams mixed with some herbs and shrubs. They used to take care of that. Our tradition born. But slowly by 70s, our market was ready for carbolic soaps. When it comes to 80s and 90s, even 2000 up to 2000, our market was a big market. Our market was a big market for non-carbolic soaps. Non-carbolic soaps means the soaps like say Lux, Rexona, Synthol, all these are non-carbolic soaps whose TFM is more than 65%. So now our market, particularly after this COVID and all, our market is ready for liquid soaps. Okay, our market is ready for more and more premium soaps. Okay, say for example, if you take Dove is not a new product to the market. Dove is there right from 1910 in US market. In US market, it is there in 1910 itself. But only after 100 years, the Indian market was ready in a big way. The Indian market was ready in a big way. It is only after 100 years, the product appeared in US market. Then at that time, after 100 years only, it was the Indian market is ready. So at that time, for soaps like Dove, liquid soaps and all, India is also a new market. Okay, that is what we mean by new market. Why? Because here people may confuse. New market, how always new markets will come? Means existing market only, ready for that product. Okay. Then threats. Sometimes a shortage of raw materials, increasing interest rates, because when cost of capital goes up, automatically cost of production also goes up, profitability comes down, or we have to increase the price, increase the competition, because now globalized market environment. So an Indian company can do business in another 192 countries and vice versa. Vice versa means as you have the opportunity to do as an Indian company, as you have the opportunity to do business in another 192 countries, other 192 countries, business people also have an opportunity to do business in India. Okay, so it is reciprocal. One way it is advantage to Indian market, and the other way it is threat to Indian market. When you look into from your opportunity side, you can sell it freely, you can sell in 192 countries. But when you look into threat side, competition side, other 192 country players are going to compete with you if you are doing any nuisance or nonsense in the market. So you have to forego the market share. So the external environmental analysis has three goals. It provides an understanding of current and potential changes that may take place in future. Environmental analysis should provide input for strategic decision making. For all this planning, whether it is short term, medium term, or long term, information is very important. That is what I am repeatedly saying. Planning premises. So facilitate and lead to strategic decisions within an organization. So an environmental analysis is like diagnosis of the opportunities and threats of external environment and strengths and weaknesses of the internal environment. Then how to do, what is the process of this external environmental analysis means mainly four steps are there. That is scanning, monitoring, forecasting, and assessment. So in the scanning, you will take a snapshot, you will take a bird's view, or you will look into the external environment or the market, what is happening. And in the monitoring, out by observing what is happening, it is like a CCTV camera. Everything is recorded in scanning. In monitoring, suppose you want a particular thing, then you can look into. So anybody is coming to your flat, or anybody is coming to your house, or anybody is coming to your near to your car, like that. Monitoring, you will be knowing. So in the scanning, because you are looking into the big picture of the things, then in monitoring, be able to see which is going to be relevant to our business. Then forecasting. In forecasting, okay, that is going to be relevant. Suppose one dog is coming. One dog, you observe that your car is parked outside. Okay. So in the scanning, it is visible that your car is parked outside your house and one dog is coming on the road. In the monitoring, you will observe that dog is coming. Then how it should be forecasted? How it should be forecasted? Okay, dog is coming, car is there. Dog is not going to take the car. Dog is not going to take the car. Then, but when you observe the nature of the dog, when a car or anything comes, it will try to that object. It is its nature. It is its nature. We are not finding fault with it. So that is what is known as forecasting. The simplest example to understand the small difference, a thin line between monitoring and forecasting. So whatever you monitor, suppose a CCTV camera, just people are coming on the road, but you find some people suspectably they are looking this side and that side, or they are wearing complete their total face, everything is covered. Then immediately suspect them, and immediately the forecasting. Oh, these people, how you will forecast means, oh, these fellows may be anti-social elements. They are coming this road to do some nuisance or nonsense, or they are going to enter into anybody's house. Like that, you will forecast and assessing the impact, because then forecasting leads to assessment, right? So if those people enter, then what you have to do? Assessment. Suppose if somebody comes and knocks the door or put your calling bell, then immediately you will look into with that door mirror, you will look into outside, or you will half open the door, or you may be ready with your weapons, or you may alert other members of the house. So like that, by forecasting, we can assess the impact and we can ready ourselves to meet the challenges, opportunities. Now, this environmental scanning and how it is going to be linked to the strategic management, how it is going to be important means this environmental scanning helps us in establishing the patterns, relationships, and occasions and trends within a company's external environment and internal environment. So that helps us to plan while we are planning for the long run. So, moreover, it must be noted that a threat for one organization can be an opportunity for another organization. It is not that permanently certain issues are labeled as threats and permanently certain issues are labeled as opportunities. No. Same issue for different organizations, it may be different things. It may mean different things. Or same thing for the same organization also. At one moment, it may be an opportunity. At another moment, it may be a threat. So in the environmental scanning in this strategic management, it may be market research and plan may undertake, then compare the performance with the competitors, analyzing and interpreting the demographic data, collecting information about the trends, how it is going to happen, and learning from the higher executives, because we need to assess the impact. Then coming to the environmental scanning in strategic management, as usual, internal, external, again in external, micro, macro. How it is applicable in internal environment, they lie inside the organization. So here, strategic management, what should be considered as internal environment? In strategic management means the employee-employer relations, that means HR relations in your organization. That is number one for the smooth functioning of any organization. And how not only employee-employer, among the employees also, because there should not be groupism, there should not be quarrel in between the groups and like that. So how good the human relations between employer and employees among themselves, and what sort of relationship you are having with your co-employers. Okay, like that, what sort of relationship you are having with your investors. What is the awareness of your product or your brand with the customers in the market, with the customers in the market, how they are perceiving, what is the availability of capital, Why? Because as you are aware, nowadays for some people, in order to get 1 lakh rupee also, we need to produce so many documents. But in a professional business organizations, even to take 1,000 crores loan also, just like that, they will fulfill all conditions and they will take the loan. Okay. So like that, the capital availability, because an individual has to take care of, when your organization is an MSME, micro, small and medium enterprises. Sorry. When yours is an MSME, micro, small and medium enterprises, so you have to take care of your organizational capital requirements also, you have to take care. So that is why the human relations in your organization, the relationship of yours with your shareholders, the brand awareness of your product, capital availability, technology availability to you, and the value system that prevailed in the organization. As I told you yesterday itself, the value system also matters, because the value system adopted by Tatas are different, Adanis and Ambanis are different. Okay, so they are also going to have impact on the strategic management. And coming to external environment, in the external environment, we must be vigilant on all the factors. Why? Because these factors, we cannot do anything, but we have to adjust our activities for the changes that are taking place in the external environment. So in this also, macro, micro. So this is in a nutshell what comes under internal, what comes under external, that all narrated in this simple PPT. So if you want, you can take a screenshot of it.
Excuse me, sir.
Please tell me.
Whether consumers and the suppliers, they are all comes under internal or external environment, sir?
When we are considering only internal and external, they purely comes under internal. But when we are considering 3 environments, because practically while going for practical planning, we'll consider three. Actually, This micro and macro, internal and external, we'll consider, but there we will consider market environment also. Market environment also. In such circumstances, when you are considering total 3 types of factors, then it comes under market environment. But when you are taking only, as per theory, when you are taking only internal and external only, the suppliers and consumers comes under internal only. Here it was shown. Here it was shown in external, but it was shown in micro. Micro. That means it differs from organization to organization. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So this is the importance of environmental scanning in strategic management. It identifies the opportunities and threats. It identifies the strengths and weaknesses. For growth and survival, strategic management is essential. It will optimize the resources. Optimizing the resources means with minimum input, you can take maximum output. That leads to cost waste elimination and cost reduction. So by that, productive decision making will take place, and it leads to long-term strategy formulation. So this process already we discussed. We have to collect the data, and then based on data, we have to go for strategic decisions. So these are some techniques available for environmental scanning, because the environment scanning provides information. That information is going to be basis for decision making, and that is what we are going to do in strategic management. And that too, this decision making is not for short term. That is why we are more and more worried about more information. Okay, so through research, we'll be knowing unknown things. SWOT analysis we'll conduct, and for SWOT analysis, in order to get the inputs of opportunities and threats, we'll get test analysis, and we'll analyze the industry also. Industry analysis also we'll find. So here there are some techniques which are helpful to us, like Delphi method. So this Delphi method, some experts in their field, say economists, production manager, marketing manager, a team will be selected, and this team will be asked to give the preferences for impact. So out of their experience and intuition, they will give the rank, the various factors which may have impact on our organizational activities. Then another method available is brainstorming. Brainstorming means you will ask team members, going to be implemented or not, it is different story. Just you have to put it on paper. What comes to your mind? What comes to your mind? Okay. So whether it is feasible or not, that is different story. But in the brainstorming, what will happen? You must be able to put it on paper. Say like how earlier when we go for in a metropolitan city and all, when we are in a traffic congestion jam, then if we feel that this cars, four-wheeler cars also, if they immediately convert it into a two-wheeler, and if it makes a way, and after crossing the traffic jam, again it becomes four-wheeler, it will be nice. Or sometimes we feel that 2 kilometers of traffic jam is there. If this 2 kilometers, my bike is able to fly, and it may take road after 2 kilometers, then it will be fine. So once upon a time, all these ideas were only imaginations, but now all of them come true. All of them come true. Recently, I have seen in Economic Times, the IIT people designed a product. Okay, for a small time, a bike-like thing, it can also fly. Not for say hundreds of kilometers, it cannot fly, but it can fly short distances, like up to say 10 minutes or so, like that. By that, what will happen? You will be crossing 5 kilometers or so. So if you are in a traffic jam condition, then from where you are if you apply that feature, then you can fly. You can fly at a little bit height, and then you can cross the traffic jam, and again it will be landed on the road. So they came out with that product, which can go fly for short distances, and that vehicle also have the features for short distances. It can float also. That means you have to cross a big water, a flood-like thing or a water bed-like thing. Then their bridge is not there. Then you can use the feature of crossing the river, because for short distance it can be used as a floating vehicle also. Floating vehicle means like a boat or ship. Okay. So in the brainstorming today, something may be possible or not possible, but whatever comes to the mind of the team members, we'll ask them to put it on paper. By consolidating many of the things, we can come out with a reality factor. After that, benchmarking. Benchmarking is, suppose if industry leader is there, so what practices they are doing and what factors they are considering, that we will consider, and accordingly we will go for benchmarking. Then these are some of the examples of environmental scanning. When environmental scanning is done, Microsoft observed that what are the familiarly used products, or what are the disadvantages of existing products. Like that, Pepsi also had its products. So when it comes to Pepsi company planned to shift its investment in functional and healthier foods. Why? Because olden days they are more worried about their at the introductory stage, the carbonated water and all, it went very, very heavily. But now also youth are going for that. But now slowly it is coming. Health conscious, because bad effects of health is making bad effects, and the lifestyle of youth also making them, by 35, 40 itself, they are making them as older fellows. So that is why now slowly people are moving towards healthy consciousness. So the same drinks, whatever they are offering in the market, now Pepsi understood that they have to make investments in healthy drinks and healthy foods, because they are into the foods and drinks business. Pepsi is there. Like that, Microsoft, when in the Microsoft gone for this environmental analysis, they found some software that whatever is being used in PCs, if that is made available to the mobiles also, then that will be fine for easiness of operations. Okay, so like that, this for strategic advantage means a plan which we can use for longer term in order to overcome all the difficulties. It is better to go for the environmental analysis, and by that it will become a strategic advantage or a competitive advantage. So the environmental analysis helps us strategic diagnosis analysis. So the strategic diagnosis analysis aims to assess the potential of small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, by evaluating their inner resources and the business environment within which these enterprises perform their activities. This is known as strategic diagnosis analysis, exclusive for MSMEs. Okay, if it is MSME, you should go for strategic diagnosis analysis. If it is a bigger organization working throughout the world, you should go for the environmental analysis. So this is the end of the second unit. I have not detailed much. Why? Because you are aware about environmental factors, and of course what is necessary that I explained. But very briefly how this environment, business environment, environmental analysis, and strategic management are interlinked that we have seen in the last 1 hour, whatever we discussed. So I'll stop here for 2-3 minutes. Then we'll proceed with the third unit. So meanwhile, if you have any questions in second unit, you are most welcome. I am inviting questions for second unit. By that, I can go for the third unit.
Hello, sir.
Please.
Sir, the environment scanning techniques, the various types will be shows in the books. SWOT analysis, impact matrix, and impact scales, and gap analysis, balance scorecard. And also, scope of examination point of view, sir.
So that examination, what questions you are getting, you please go through the old question papers.
Yeah, okay.
Because I am not the examination setter. I am a regular faculty in Pondicherry University.
Okay. Yeah.
So to make you the expertise of regular faculty also, as it is also, the distance education is not a different one. It is also part and parcel of Pondicherry University. That is why we are taking
okay.
that exam and all.
Yeah,
Outsiders will say it. Okay.
Sure, yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, where have you uploaded the PPT of yesterday's class?
Now, yesterday, after completion of the class, I came to know that I cannot upload. Only the DD people has to upload. And because
Hello, yes, students.
Okay, sir.
Any queries you can just talk to us. Because sir belongs to the regular department, he will not be able to answer you for all your queries.
so that is why I am requesting for academic queries.
No,
Related
if
to
it is
the
academic queries related to your subject, sir's subject, you can ask.
Yes.
Okay. Any other things regarding books or question paper or
Okay, ma'am.
anything, you can contact us directly. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
sir.
sir, you can carry on.
Yeah, any other question, second unit, before proceeding to the third unit?
Hello, sir.
Please.
Sir, whether we have to undergo all the case study based on SWOT analysis or we can go for pest analysis also, sir?
No, SWOT analysis requires pest analysis. SWOT analysis, 4 parts are there. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Strengths and opportunities and threats is the result of pest analysis. The output of pest analysis is opportunities and threats. Okay. That will become input for SWOT analysis. Understand?
Okay, sir.
So it is a must. First you have to go for pest analysis. After that you should go for SWOT analysis. So SWOT analysis is the ultimate result.
Okay, sir. I'm asking like how we have to answer the case study based on what concept?
Yeah, for that you need not show analysis like that. In examinations and all, what is given in the case, that 1 paragraph or 2 paragraphs will be there. And furthermore, in your case studies, questions will be there. So when question is there, half of your job is over because you need not find out the problem and all. When question is there at the end of the case study, you must be able to find out only answer to that question. Okay. So when questions are not given, then only case study will become difficult. So first try to understand. That understanding and something, everything need not be disclosed in that 2 paragraphs case study. But something you must be able to interpret. Suppose if you see that even early morning when you come out of your home, the road is wet. Then you will interpret that night it might have rained. Yesterday night it might have rained. So that nobody need to tell. Like that, see, by seeing the result, you have to interpret certain things. You have to interpret certain things. And you have to project for the future. Then you may say, how these simple things can be projected. Say, for example, when you came out of your home, you found the road is wet, and you can interpret that yesterday it rained. So yesterday it rained means you can project that the day is not going to be too hot. Why? Because the land absorbed some water, and at the same time roads are not going to be too much dust. Why? Because rain have impact. Rain might have washed it, or the road in the two margins of the road. Earlier rain is not there means dust might be flying like anything. But when it is rained, that dust will be set temporarily. So these are known as forecasting. So with the given data, you must certain things which there you cannot see, you must be able to interpret and you must be able to forecast the impact of on it, and then you have to answer the questions.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Anything else is there from the second unit? Otherwise, we'll proceed with the third unit. Okay, 1 second. Just 2 minutes. I will share my third unit. I'll open the third unit PPTs and I will share them. Yeah, I hope the screen is visible to all. Someone can respond. Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay, third unit. Now
Yes,
we are
sir.
taking. Now we are taking up the third unit of our syllabus. In the third unit is comparatively a little bit bigger unit. Here we should take up the strategy formulation, strategic choice, modernization, diversification, integration, mergers, takeovers, and joint ventures, turnaround strategies, disinvestment strategies, liquidation strategies. Now, industry competitor SWOT analysis, factors affecting strategic choice, generic competitive strategies like cost leadership, differentiation, focus, value chain analysis, benchmarking, service blueprinting, all these factors that we have to go through. Okay. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, normally my tone will be very high, but yesterday and today I am suffering with this viral cold and cough that is making me disturbed. Otherwise, my tone will be very high. I used to teach 100 and 110 members without mic and all. Okay, let us look into these factors one after the other. First, let us take up strategy formulation. What is strategy formulation? As we are aware by this time, strategy is a long-term plan or it is a broad basic plan. Broad basic plan which will help for the survival and growth of the organization. And it is that which will give a competitive advantage to the organizations. So After knowing about strategy, what is strategy formulation? Strategy formulation means it is a process. What process? It is a process of identifying and developing strategic options, selecting the most promising choice, and allocating the resources to achieve the organizational objectives. See, here three things are there, my dear friends. If you observe, the three things are: first, you must be able to identify and develop. Identify and develop means development means putting it on paper, planning work, writing it on paper. Okay. So something comes to your mind, but you must be able to put it on paper, how to go about it. So here, in order to achieve your objectives, you must be able to identify what is essential and how that should be done, that should be implemented. That is what is known as identifying and developing strategic options. Strategic options. See, as you are aware, decision making, you studied decision making in your general management in your first semester. What is decision making? Anyone can respond. What is decision making? See, MBA course requires continuity. If you study one paper in one semester and if you forget, there is of no use. And in third and fourth semesters, we are exclusively going to look into analysis part, implementation part. So decision making means don't think that it is a very big thing. So it is selecting a choice. That means basically we are aware that for doing anything, various alternatives will be there. Among various alternatives, which alternative is suitable to us? Which alternative is suitable to us? That we will take. That we will take. Okay. Say, for example, simple example I will give. In a city like Chennai, Bangalore, Mumbai, like that, in another 10 kilometers, some of your near and dear one is there. Okay. You have a motorbike and you have a car also. You have a motorbike and you have a car also. If it is a normal day, a dry day like thing, okay, either you can go by your car or your motorcycle. Every choice is having its own advantage and disadvantage. Mainly in metropolitan cities, if you go by two-wheeler, the traffic congestion will be little bit less. Why? Because with small gaps, your car cannot be moved, but the two-wheelers can be moved. You will be observing some people even sometimes they also. At safety point of view, it may not be good, and that dust, all that vehicle pollution, everything may reflect on your face. Okay. So if you go by car, you can maintain your complexion and everything. But if traffic congestion is there, then it will take longer hours even to go 10 kilometers. Right. So two choices are having two different alternatives. Or via media, you can call a cab. You can book a cab. You can go by cab. Why? Because you need not take care of traffic jam and all these things. That fellows will take you in different routes and they will drop you at the location. Because based on requirement, you will select an appropriate one. You will select that parking problem may be there. At that time, better to go by cab. For doing everything in business also, various alternative ways will be there. So first of all, you will identify various alternatives. Okay. Some of the alternatives are readily visible. Some of the alternatives you have to develop. Some of the alternatives are readily visible. Some of the alternatives are you have to develop. So that is what the first phase, first step or first phase. In 3 phases we will do it. So first phase is identifying and developing strategic options which are essential for the fulfillment of organizational objective. Then selecting the most promising choice. So every alternative will have its own advantages and disadvantages. By measuring the advantages and disadvantages, you will select one appropriate one. Or in the process of measuring the advantages and disadvantages, you may come out with a new alternative also. Okay. So somehow among the identified or among the newly find out, you will select one appropriate alternative. So that is second phase. So first phase is identification and development. Second phase is selecting the most promising choice. And third phase is allocating the resources to achieve the organizational objectives to that alternative. So what is essential? Give everything to them. Give every resource to them. Okay. So you have to do that activity. Suppose if you are going by your own car or your own motorcycle, you need not inform anybody. If petrol is there, you need not worry about going to petrol bunk and all these things also. But if you have taken the choice of going by a cab, first of all, you should book a cab. And you must see that cab availability is there in your nearby location. And after that, that fellow should accept the ride. And you must give you must be in touch with that driver number and all. Because sometimes if traffic congestion is there, suddenly they will cancel the ride also. Then again you have to book another cab. Okay, like that your physical efforts and after traveling in the cab, you have to pay for it. Either by cash or by online mode you have to pay. So that you must be ready. Okay. So that is what in simple, the third phase is allocating the resources for the selected choice. So identification and development, selection and allocation of resources. These three will become the 3 major parts of the strategy. So why strategy means strategy is essential for the fulfillment of organizational objectives. So in this, if you go for strategy formulation, detailed way, first you should understand the current position, existing position. Okay. Start with an assessment of the organization's current position. That means present. You have to consider the present. So it requires, what is assessing present position means, what is your vision? Your organizational vision, overall your vision. And in order to achieve that vision, what plans you have at present? And how your organization is performing at present. Whether it is performing well or average performance, excellent performance. So that we should know. Okay. whether your organization is going well or not going well, sick organization like thing. What is your market share? Market share means out of 100 products sold in the market, how many of your products are being sold? Of your nature. Suppose you are a manufacturer of mobile phones. Out of 100 mobile phones, 6 phones are being sold. That means your market share is 6%. So that indicates out of 100 phones, mobile phones sold, 6 phones are mine. Okay. So because if you have major market share, you can influence the industry itself. But if you are a minor stakeholder, even if it is minor stakeholder, if you are known for innovation, you can influence the industry. Suppose now, if you take the same example, Apple, a phone like a company like Apple in India and all, they are having very small market share. But they are known for technology. They will influence what products others are manufacturing. They will influence what Realme has to produce, what Oppo has to produce, okay, what Nokia has to produce, because they are having less market share here, but they are leaders in the technology. The Apple, okay. So this market share helps to go through all that analysis. How are we placed in relation to our competitors? So, in comparison with our competitors, how we are placed in the market? That means whether we are considered as a premium product or highly technological product or highly sophisticated product, or is it like mass product? So like that. How do our customers see us? Are we on an upward or downward curve? That means ours is a growing organization or coming down organization. Knowing all these things is understanding the current position. Then second one is reflect on how you got there. So it is at present you are at one position. How you reached there? So that means it will give you, if you are in good position, you will be knowing what things you did right and wrong. If you are not performing well, what things are badly influencing you. Not only doing right things, but doing things at the right place is also important. What are the consequences of market circumstances? The present success or failure is the result of your good planning or bad planning or lack of planning. So that is all having a reflection on how you got there. Then the third one is be clear about your corporate identity. Your corporate identity means the vision, mission, and objectives of your organization. So this is having clear understanding about the vision, mission, and the value, objectives of your organization is having clarity about your corporate identity. Okay. So what kind of organization we are? What does our vision indicate? What kind of value system we are adopting? what are our strengths and weaknesses, what kind of leadership we are having, what type of morale we are maintaining. Because morale is different, legal. Say, ethical is different, legal is different. Whatever is legal need not be ethical. Whatever is legal need not be ethical. So you must be able to identify as far as moral values are concerned, as far as morality are concerned, at what stage we are have. Because your organizational value system will decide. As I am keep on telling, nobody is wrong or nobody is right. But Tatas are having different value system. Adanis and Ambanis are having different value system. Then you analyze your strengths and weaknesses. You analyze your strengths and weaknesses. So this is nothing but SWOT analysis. In the SWOT analysis, the end result of SWOT analysis leads to Boston matrix. Yesterday I spoke about stars, cash cows, question marks, dogs. So you'll be knowing about various, some of your products are stars, some of your products are dogs, some of your products are cash cows, some of your products are question marks. So by that, product wise, strategic business unit wise, because already we are aware about the strategic business unit. Strategic business unit wise, which unit is a star, which unit is cash cow, which one is question mark, which one is a dog. So this Boston matrix, that 4 classification is there. So that you will be going with the help of your SWOT analysis. Then analyze the business environment. So to come out with the strategy premises. Then identify and evaluate the strategic options. Whatever strategic options that you have identified or you have developed, you evaluate all those strategic options. Okay. But while evaluating the strategic options, you should consider the reality factors, because sometimes the reality factors may be hurting the organization, but you should consider the reality factors only. Because even in common life, even in general life also, whether you like it or not, reality is reality. Okay. Today, the reality is mere degree is not going to help us get employment. Along with the degree, you must have the skill set. Skill set. Skill set means it is nothing but whatever you learned in your course, that you must be able to implement in practical situation. So that is what is known as a skill. So what are the various things that need to be done in order to formulate a strategy? In order to formulate a strategy is your degree, your course will tell what are all the various steps, but your skill will tell. Your skill is that when you are able to implement it, when you are able to do it practically, then it is known as you are not only knowledgeable, but you are also skillful. So when you read well, or when you by heart and all, then you will become knowledgeable. But when you understand the concept, when you understand the consequences of that concept, how it is going to have impact, then it leads to skill development. Or in simple, knowing, K-N-O-W-I-N-G, knowing how to do a particular thing is knowledge, but practically implementing it is skill. Okay? Every knowledgeable person need not be a skillful person, but for sure, every skillful person is a knowledgeable person.
என்ன பண்றாங்க?
வீடியோ பாக்குறாங்களா?
நீ கிறிஸ்டிங்க வாய்ஸ் என்னது எல்லாரும்
Sir, someone has to mute. My dear students, you can mute your mic. Sir, Sivaraman sir, you can identify the candidate and mute the mic, sir. Sivaraman sir.
Priyadarshini, can you mute it?
Sir, you identify the person which mic is creating nuisance.
It's a Priyadarshini.
Yeah, thank you. Then all this is strategy formulation. So as I said, there is a thin line between knowledge and skill. So my dear students, not only knowledgeable, be knowledgeable, but at the same time, by understanding, just knowing the concept is knowledge, and understanding and implementing it practically is skill. So you need to be skillful today. Okay. So in simple, even in common language also, by reading a cooking book, you know how to prepare a curry. But when literally you do it, that is skill. Simple, a thin line, very small thin line. So be skillful. Right. Then you need to set the objective. So while setting the objectives, you should consider the social responsibility. Because nowadays, as you are aware, as per the New Companies Act, corporate social responsibility also you should consider. Not only that, every business is both for input and output. It is depending upon the society. So we should not forget the social responsibility. And we must ensure all our people, that means all those stakeholders, participate with commitment, because with half-minded, they should not participate. So that leads to unnecessary problem. Now you might have seen, many of you are participating in online class. One candidate also participated, but how sincere they are, all of you have seen. So that leads to unnecessary problems. Okay. So you need to ensure not only participation, but participation with commitment. So that leads a high level of morale, organizational values. Then communicate the strategy to all the stakeholders. Because if they know what they are doing and why they are doing, then only they are able to involve themselves. They are able to do themselves. And if any small mistakes comes also, they will be formulating the tactics, that is short-term plans to overcome that. Or when you communicate, they feel happy and they feel that you are also making them part and parcel of this total programming. So remember, friends, the stakeholders are not outsiders. The stakeholders are all part and parcel of our team. See, now don't say that whether they are internal or external. Say, my dear friends, the suppliers may be partly internal, but we are dependent on the suppliers. If suppliers won't supply the raw material in time, what production we can do? We are also dependent upon the distributors. If the distributors will not take the our product into the nooks and corners of the streets, how our product will reach the common man? So every consumer is not going to come to your factory to buy a product. Okay. So that is why it doesn't matter whether they are external to organization or internal to organization. All the stakeholders, I am not saying that the entire world you have to inform. No. You have to inform all the important stakeholders what is your strategy. Because earlier, doing business was, they used to consider as one-time transaction. Supplier used to think that, your supplier used to think that if I sell this lot of raw material to this fellow, my job is over. Now it is not like that. They want to continue the relationship with you because they also realized that one-time relationship leads to small profit only. Okay, by cheating today, they might have gained say 10 rupees profit. But when they maintain good relationship and all, even if they are getting 5 rupees, 6 rupees profit also, this time, next time also, they are going to have that simple 5, 6 rupees profit also repeatedly. So by that, the lifetime value of the customer is going to be very, very high. The reason why we are all coming out with this professional management, strategic management, and all these things. So communicate your strategy to all your stakeholders to ensure commitment, utmost commitment from their side. Because missing commitment, just mere participation won't help to serve the purpose. Okay. Then, now everybody knows what is the strategy and why. That means all the stakeholders knows what is your strategy, why they are implementing it, and how to implement all those things. Now you implement it. But when you implement it, certainly there may be sometimes some deviations because we are always planning for the future. Future is always uncertain. Okay. Say, actually now it is not rainy season. So we are going outside without umbrella. But suddenly it may rain. Who knows? Because sometimes unexpected things may happen. Suppose you are thinking that from port the material is reaching you in another 4 or 5 hours, but in between traffic jam is there, in between loading problem is there, in between there may be mechanical breakdown of the vehicle. Then all these are unforeseen, unexpected. So when you review the progress, that means when you consider the real-time situation, or when you analyze the stock of the situation, that is what is known as, then you will be knowing if anything is to be done from your side. Then here, because it may have some pitfalls like in the process of this strategy formulation, you might be missing to spend time in order to get about your industry and your market, and you may not be aware of your core strengths, and you may be assuming that what your customers are exactly want. Why? Because sometimes what you are assuming that your customers are looking for may not be right. Okay, so having a clear understanding will help us to overcome all these potential pitfalls, which is possible with the help of reviewing the progress. Okay, strategic choice refers to the decision which determines the future strategy of a firm. It addresses the question, where shall we go? Okay, where shall we go means your objective already clearly tells where you should go. So this is facilitating you how to reach there. So the factors that are going to affect the strategic choice are environmental constraints, internal organizational management and power relationships, because in some organizations you will find different power centers. So values and preferences, management attitudes towards risk, impact of the past strategy, time constraints, information constraints, and how our competitors are going to react. So those constraints. So these are the things that affect our strategy. So the strategic choice decision involves 4 steps: focusing on few alternatives, because in the first phase itself, some of the things we will eliminate and we will keep only few alternatives. So focusing on few alternatives, considering the selection factors. So what should be our criteria? Evaluating the alternatives against these criteria and making the actual choice. So various strategies are there. So these various strategies, modernization, diversification, all these different types of strategies that we will take care in the next coming class. Okay. So another 10 minutes time is there. I will stop here. I will stop here for any doubts, because almost 2.3 units we covered so far. 2.3, 2.35 units we covered. So any doubt or anything which you might put it through your material. So for that doubts and all, I am stopping here. Now you are most welcome to clarify your doubts. Now the time this time is open for you. Now the forum is open to you, my dear students. You can clarify any academic doubts. You can clarify any academic doubts. No doubts? Hello? Any doubts?
No doubt, sir.
Okay. So this time is open for you, and it is for you. If anyone related to academic matters, if you want to know, then I am here to take care. Administrative related and all, your coordinators are there. They will take care of you. We are all colleagues only, but we are into this teaching, and they are into that administrative activities. So they will take care of your doubts, because the stock of the situation they know better than us. So anything else? Okay, fine. Please.
Sir, if we are asked for strategies, what are the main things we need to focus on, sir?
If we ask for strategy, that means we are talking about examination.
No, sir. Like now we came across diversification.
That all we will discuss later. Okay. See, strategy means, suppose I will take your own example itself. As long as your business is away from competition, you can go for focus strategy. But when slowly you realize that throughout the world, there is negative side to your business, then you should definitely think of going for diversification. I will give you a live example. You might be aware of the organization like ITC. ITC. You are aware about ITC? Hello?
No, sir.
ITC. Basically, it is a cigarette manufacturing company. ITC.
Okay.
ITC. All the cigarettes are manufactured by ITC only. Okay. So it is an Indian company, Calcutta-based company. They are into business right from 1800s. But up to 1995, except tobacco business, in the sense manufacturing cigarettes, tobacco, that is tobacco products only. Their focus is only on tobacco products. But 1990 onwards, 1990 to 1995, they observed that the world recognized the bad effects of tobacco. It is, many of the times it is leading to cancer, tuberculosis, so many other bad evils. And social awareness also comes into existence. So what ITC did was, okay, so far we focused on exclusively on tobacco products, but in near future, there may be some problem with this business. Then immediately ITC diversified. Now you are aware about classmate notebooks and all?
Yes, sir.
Classmates are from whom? Classmate notebooks, classmate stationery is from whom? It is from ITC. It is from ITC.
Okay, sir.
How they are using, while as long as they are producing cigarettes in a big way, that cigarette outer cover, cigarette that tube, and cigarette packet inside that cover, all those things, they have their own paper products, Bhadrachalam paper products. So they increased the production capacity like anything. And they encouraged social forestry also. That means they encouraged the farmers to grow the trees, and they used to buy to make use of in paper industry. So all their production was enough for cigarette packets only. But as the total throughout the country, throughout the world, the market is coming down slowly. When cigarettes demand is coming, automatically that cigarette packet outer cover, all that demand is coming down. Then that capacity they converted into paper is paper only. Okay. They converted into these notebooks. So that is what is known as diversification. And they are earlier they are only, tell me. They diversified. They came out with classmate notebooks. Earlier, ITC used to produce only cigarettes, but they entered into agarbatti business. From cigarbatti to agarbatti. Agarbatti, you may be aware of Mangaldeep agarbattis. Mangaldeep agarbattis, it is a very big brand. Mangaldeep agarbattis are from ITC. In the same way, they came to the toffees business also. Biscuits, chocolates business also. Okay. Sunfeast is their brand. They are into the provisions like a turmeric powder, chili powder, so on and so forth. So this is diversification. The reason for diversification is business is like holding the eggs. Okay. Even if you are holding it with good condition, You kept them in proper box, right? And you are taking, you put them in basket, and that you are holding that basket with your both the hands. Okay, right. But who knows? As far as you are concerned, you are okay. You are taking care. But suddenly, your leg may hit one stone. On the road, you didn't observe. You hit one stone. Then automatically you will fall down. Automatically you will fall down. It is like hitting the stone is like a competitor is coming on here, attacking your business. Then when you fell down, what will happen? All the eggs will go out. All the eggs will be broken. So rather than that, what they are doing is, rather than putting all the eggs are investments, rather than putting all their investment in one sector, they diversified into various sectors. They are into hotels. ITC is also there into software. ITC is also there into this toffees business, agarbattis business, stationery business. Understand? So, actually, it is a very strong company. Even today also they are doing well in cigarettes. But even then, they identified that with strong market, they are able to reach that position. But now the market is coming down. So that they identified and they entered into diversification strategy. Okay. So while explaining different types of strategies, that I will explain remaining things in the forthcoming classes. Okay, right. So thank you all.
Hello, good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, very good afternoon. Yesterday, what we have learned? Can you recollect? Anybody? Yes. What we have learned yesterday?
Business finance, objectives of financial management,
Financial
maximization.
decisions.
What is the role of finance manager? Main role. What is the role of finance manager, ma? Three important decision making: financial decision, investment decision,
Dividend decision.
Financing decision, dividend decision, liquefying decision.
investment decision. Investment
Investment
decision we can say in two terms, that is capital budgeting and working capital decision, right? So and then after that, learning all these decision makings and what is the roles and importance, everything. Then we have learned what is the cost of capital, individual cost of capital. We have calculated yesterday, right? What is the cost of debt capital? What is the cost of preference capital? What are the methods to calculate cost of equity capital? And then retained earnings, right? So yesterday finally we left over this weighted average cost of capital. Weighted average cost of capital is also called as a minimum rate of return or required rate of return. This or we can say it is a overall cost of capital. This overall cost of capital can be calculated, that is cost of debt plus cost of equity plus cost of preference share capital plus cost of retained earnings. You have to take weight means what? Proportions of that asset. Capital structure, what is the proportion? Mixing of debt to equity, right? So you have to use this formula, that is KD means cost of debt. WD means that is
I'm
what?
sorry to disturb you. Can
yes,
you
ma'am?
please view a screen fully? I think it is the
wait,
screen will be not full.
slides.
Yeah.
Now okay, ma'am?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
KD means that is cost of debt. WD means that is weight. Weight means percentage or proportion of debt to capital in terms of total capital. That is what is the proportion. Proportion you have to take it as weight. Okay. Plus similarly cost of preference capital multiply with the proportions of preference capital in terms of total capital. That is WP plus cost of equity multiply with the weighted equity. That is weight means proportions of proportions of equity capital in terms of total capital. Similarly retained earnings. So if you take all these total, that is called overall cost of capital. Let us see one problem, you will understand. See this problem. A firm has following capital and after cost for the different sources of funds used. Type of capital, that is debt capital, preference capital, equity capital, retained earnings. Book value, that is 4 lakhs, 1 lakh, 6 lakhs, 2 lakhs. Specific costs are given 5%, 8% like this. Okay. Determine the weighted average cost of capital. So book value of the asset, this is the proportions. Total capital is 13 lakhs. This is proportions. You can take cost percentage are given, that is 5%, 8%, 15%, 13%. So weighted cost you can multiply with this 4 lakhs into 5%. 20,000, 1 lakh into 8%, 8,000, 6 lakhs into 15%, 90,000, 2 lakhs into 13%, that is 26,000. So now this X into W, that is weight proportion is 1,44,000. So 1,44,000 divided by sigma W, that is weight, 13 lakhs into 100. So overall cost of capital is 11.1%. Or you can take individually, you can calculate, that is 4 by 13, 1 by 13, 6 by 13, 2 by 13. So 5 into 4 by 13 plus 5 8 into 1 by 13, 15 into 6 by 13, then 13 into 2 by 13. You can multiply individually and add all these things, you will get the same answer. Instead of following this formula, you can do individually also, like that also. Okay. This is easy method for calculation of weighted average cost of capital. Can you see this? Next chapter. This one, that's all. Can we go next one? Oh, you are seeing again this one. Can you see this one? Capital budgeting and leverage. Let
Yes,
us
ma'am.
see.
It is visible.
Let us see capital budgeting. So what is capital budgeting? Investment decision. Investment decision, we can take two terms. One is capital budgeting, another one is working capital management. Capital budgeting is a long-term investment decision. So long-term investment decision means what? Long-term asset. When you are purchasing assets for your business concern, there are various that is the amount of expenditure heavily, there is huge amount will be involved, right? Then the benefits are from that expenditure, capital expenditure will be over a period of time, longer period, right? So you have, it is very important aspect for calculation of by using various techniques for the selection of or purchasing of capital budgeting, right? So what is the need and importance of capital budgeting? It is a huge investment, long term, irreversible, long term effect, and then that is the main important, because cash proceeds, how you are getting revenue from the cash proceeds from your machinery, plant and machinery, what they are producing depends upon that company's success is there, right? So it is very important decision making at the time of investment, right? So what are the process, capital budgeting processes? So first you have to identify the new products and services to be considered. So first you have to identify what are the products to purchase. Say for an example, if you are as a layman, you want a refrigerator. So refrigerator, first you are identifying what is to be purchased for your home, a refrigerator or TV, whatever it is, right? So determine what is the cost, budget of purchase of that product. Even refrigerator you can spend 10,000, 12,000, or even 50,000 also, right? So there are a lot of things are there. So what is your budget, your family budget? And then you have to assess what are its benefits, how many years it is benefited. So what is your size of the family, and then which one to be purchased. These things you have to analyze. And then riskiness. Some refrigerator, some companies maintenance expenses will be heavy. Some but initial investment will be lower. Sometimes some companies initial investment may be heavy, maintenance expenditure very less. So you have to analyze the riskiness of the asset, right? And then the refrigerator and the things will not generate any future benefits, but in case of companies, when you are purchasing plant and machinery that produces goods, how many units it can produce. So what is the cash outflow generated from that asset that you have to estimate the future cash flows with various methods are the net present value method, payback method, internal rate of return method. So many things are there. So you have to you with the use of various technique of capital budgeting, you have to estimate the value of the cash future cash proceeds, right? Then you have to compare with the some other project alternatives. You have to analyze with the alternatives. So which mutually, if it is a mutually exclusive project, you have to select which one gives you better result, but right. So these are all the process of capital budgeting. The methods of capital budgeting, there are evaluation of capital budgeting. There are various techniques we are using. That is payback period method, accounting rate of return method, net present.
Hello, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. What do you want? What happened? Yes, ma'am. Kannan. Kannan Thiruvengadam, yes, tell me. Can you hear me? All of you?
Ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah, ma'am, we can hear you.
Then why is he stopping me?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Tell me. Emma? Emma, tell me, ma. What happened? You are asking only excuse. Tell me.
Hi, guys. Is the class audible to anybody?
Financial management.
Yes, class is audible.
Maybe for her is signal problem.
Oh.
Yeah, it's audible, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. So what are the techniques? That is payback period method, accounting rate of return method, method, profitability index method, and internal rate of return method, right? So these are the methods we are going to see one by one, right? Payback period method. What is payback period method? Payback means what? What is the time required to recover the initial investment of the project? Say for an example, 1 lakh you are investing. So how many per year you are collecting 20,000? So how many years will take to get back your investment? 1 lakh you are investing per year. Your income, cash outflow you are getting through that project 20,000. So how many years it will take to get back your investment? Yes, you can speak.
At least 5 years.
5 years.
Yes, ma'am.
So
5 years.
20,000 into 5 years. 1 lakh, when you want to get back your money, it will take 5 years, right? That is called payback period. Do you understand what is payback period? The period which is the time required to recover the initial investment of the project, that is called payback period. Okay, so payback period formula is initial investment divided by annual cash inflows. Do you understand? That is the payback period. So what is the merits and demerits of payback period? It is very simple and easy understanding, easy calculation, and then there is no further improvement of formulas, nothing is required. In there is no possibility of obsolescence. Why? Because if you are taking longer period, how fast you are get backing your money, that project if you are choosing, no need to go for involving future risk. You can avoid it. Okay, so that is the merit. What is the demerit? It totally ignores the time value of money. What is time value of money? What is time value of money? Can you say, anyone?
With time, the value of the money will decrease actually.
Yes, today 1 rupee value will not be the same for 1 year, after 1 year or after 2 years. Its value will be decreased because of rise in price, isn't it? Rise in price and so many economic factors. isn't it? So that the time value 1 lakh, if you are investing today, after 5 years, same 1 lakh, can you buy the same asset?
No, ma'am, because of
No, ma'am.
inflation.
No, ma'am.
Why?
Yes.
Because of time value of money. So 1 lakh 5 years, if you are getting back, okay, we have got back. We can replace that machinery with the same 1 lakh. So what we required, it may go up to 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs, or we do not know, right? So that is the time value of money. So that is ignored totally in this method. Then it ignores cash inflows of the total period. So for an example, you are having two projects, project A and project B. Project A gives you 25,000 for 6 years. Okay, 25,000 for 6 years only. But project B, 20,000 for 10 years. So total emoluments is how much? Project A? 1,50,000. Right? Project B, 10 into 20,000, 2 lakhs. Right? If you apply payback period, which project will you choose? A or B? Which project will you choose? Initial investment divided by annual cash inflow, right? So project A, 25,000 per year. So 4 years. Payback period is 4 years. Project B, 1 lakh divided by 20,000. Project B, payback period 5 years, isn't it? So if you go apply the payback period method, which project will you say okay?
The shorter period.
Project A, isn't it? 4 years. So which project gives you an earlier period to get back your money? You don't want to take risk. So which project gives you earlier return? So that you have to choose. But this method ignores the total emoluments. Total emoluments, if project B gives you 10 years, right? 20,000 into 10 years, 22 lakhs. You only gives 1,50,000. So if you are choosing A, you are losing 50,000, isn't it? So this is the drawbacks under payback method. Do you understand? And then it is the misleading evaluations of capital budgeting, right? Then accept or capital criteria, accept or rejecting criteria is based on the predetermined period. That is, which period gives you earlier that you are accepting. Less period you are accepting. See this problem. Project A, 10,000 and the cash inflows 10,000. The life of the project is 5 years. Project B, investment cost 40,000, cash inflows 10,000. The life of the project is 5 years. Calculate the payback period. Project A, 30,000 divided by annual cash inflow 10,000, 3 years. Project B, 40,000 divided by that also 10,000, so 4 years. So under payback period method, which project will you select? Project A, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
The next one. This is when you have even cash flows. This is the method. Okay. When your annual cash inflows are uneven, 1 year 2,000, another year 5,000, another year 10,000, like that. So if it is uneven cash flows, how to calculate payback period? See this problem. Initial cash outflow 25,000, cash inflow for 6 years, it is given 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000, 7,000, 3,000, right? So now we have to calculate cumulative cash inflow. First year 5,000 plus second year 8,000 means cumulative 13,000. So now we have to see what is the initial outflow, 25,000. Where it comes 25,000 nearing 3 years. You will get back the 23,000, 3 years plus what is the remaining amount is required? 2,000 is required, right? So 3 years plus 2,000 divided by 12,000 you are earning, 4th year. Only we require 2,000. So 2,000 divided by 12,000. So the payback period is 3 years plus 2,000 divided by 12,000. That is 2 years, 2 months into 12 months. 12,000 for 12 months. So what for 2 months, right? 2,000 means 2 months. 3 years, 2 months is the payback period. So uneven cash flow, you have to calculate like this. Okay. Next one, accounting rate of return or average rate of return method. Accounting rate of return or average rate of return method is taking the average profit, average annual profits, and then average investment. The formula is ARR. Generally, we used to say ARR method. Average annual profits after tax divided by average investment into 100. Right? That is the formula. Average annual profits means after taxation, say for an example, first year 10,000, second year 12,000, third year 5,000, like that will be given. So you have to total it and divided by number of years. You will get the average annual profit. That too after taxation only you have to take. Then in average investment means opening investment, if it is given, you have to take it as average divided by 2. That is average investment, right? So what are the merits and demerits under this method? It is very easy and simple to calculate and understand. Accounting information. It is based on accounting information, right? Not cash flow, based on accounting information. And it is also not considered time value of money. It is also like traditional method of payback method, traditional method. And then it considers total benefits, not only like payback method. It considers percentage calculation, total benefits it will taken into account. And then what is the demerits? It ignores the time value of money. It ignores the reinvestment potential of the project. Different methods are using for accounting profit. There are the various methods for calculation of depreciation, taxation. Various methods are there, right? So it may differ. See this problem. Two alternatives, proposal 1, proposal 2 are given. Automatic machine, ordinary machine, 5.5 years, 2,20,000 cost of the machinery, 60,000. Estimated life, 5.5 years, 8 years. Estimated sales per annum, 1,50,000. Cost of the material, labor, overheads are given, right? So now see this automatic machine, ordinary machine. Estimated cost of the machine you take. Estimated sales, how much is given? 1,50,000. Both are 1,50,000. Cost, profit. This is the profit. 24,000, 12,500. So what is the ARR under automatic machine? 24,000 is the profit after depreciation and taxation. Okay. 24,000 is the average profit. Average investment is 2,20,000 divided by 2. No opening and closing. So only average means divided by 2. So into 100%. I have to calculate in terms of percentage. That is why multiply by 100. So for automatic machine, it is 41.7%. For ordinary machine, it is 12,500 divided by value is 60,000 divided by 2. That is average into 100%. Its answer is, sorry, automatic machine is 21.82%. For ordinary machine, it is 41.7%. So which is profitable and as per accounting rate of return or average rate of return method? Which is profitable one? Automatic machine 21.82% only. Ordinary machine profitability is 41.7%, which is okay.
Ordinary.
Ordinary machine is more profitable than automatic machine under average rate of return method. Okay. The next one, net present value method. Net present value method is very important method, and in the examination point of view, they may ask you 20 marks question, calculate NPV, IRR, like that. Okay, so NPV means net present value method. So under this method, the evaluating the project proposals, the cash flows, cash inflows, we have to consider the time value of money. Net present value knowledge, it is a time value of money is to be considered. That time value of money you have to calculate for some cost of that minimum rate of return, that is percentage, you have to take it for discount factor. Minimum rate of return here you have to take it as discount factor, that is 10% or 12%, whatever it is. So in that annuity table you have to see the value for how many years, 5 years or 10 years, first year or second year or third year, depends upon that time, that say for an example 10% for 1 year, 0.927 something will come. Second year 0.821, like that. So you have to see the table value, annuity table value. What is the first year, second year, what is the interest, like that. So net present value gives a true picture, true present value of the total cash proceeds of cash inflows. Okay, that is very important method. What are the merits? It recognizes the time value of money. Total benefits arising out of the proposal. It is the best method for the selection of mutually exclusive projects. It helps to achieve the maximization of shareholders' wealth. This method helps to achieve the maximization of shareholders' wealth, as well as maximize the profitability also. Demerits. What are the demerits? It is difficult to understand and calculate. It needs the discount factor for calculation of present values. Discount factor is important, right? It is not suitable for the projects having different effective lives. Suppose one NPV, one machinery is 5 years, another machinery is 10 years. So if it is there, this method will not be suitable, right? Acceptance or rejecting criteria. So when you have positive present value, net present value, you can accept that project. Suppose if you are getting negative net present value, you have to reject it. That's all. Okay. See this problem. From the following information, calculate the net present value of two projects and suggest which of the two projects should be accepted. A discount rate of the profits before depreciation and after taxation are as follows, right? See here, project X, project Y, initial investment 20,000, 30,000, estimated life 5 years, both are 5 years, cash inflows from project X, project Y are given. Discount factor at the rate of 10%. First year 0.909, second year 0.826, third year 7. Sometimes this discount factor will be given in the question paper itself, or if it is not given, you have to see the annuity table in this 10%. What is the first year? Say second year 10%. What is the second year? That you have to see in that table, right? Now let us calculate cash inflows in terms of discount factor. So 5,000. This is the first year, second year, third year, 5 years scrap value, right? So you have to calculate discount factor, multiply with the cash proceeds. Total present value 24,227. Here 34,728 minus initial investment 20,000, 30,000. So project X gives you 4,227. Project Y gives you 4,728. So both the projects we can accept. Why? Because both the projects are having positive NPV, net present value. That is present value of annual cash inflows minus initial investment, present value of total present value of annual cash inflows. For X is 24,227, Y is 34,000 minus their initial investment. So both are positive. But which one, if it is a mutually exclusive, which one you can select? We cannot say. Why? Because this initial investment is 20,000. This investment is 30,000. So that is why we used to, that is investment value, when it is differ, we can go for profitability index method. Profitability, when you go for profitability index method, the NPV, the present value, instead of deducting initial investment, it will be divided by this one, 24,227 divided by 20,000. 34, this one divided by 30,000. So you will get exactly 1 point something, which gives you greater value. You can select that under profitability index method. So under NPV, both the projects are positive. So both the projects can be accepted, right? Then next we can see internal rate of return method. Internal rate of return. What is IRR? Internal rate of return. That means what? The rate at which the project earning, what we can say, the rate at which total present value of annual cash flow are equivalent to your initial investment. That is called IRR. That means what? IRR, the rate at which IRR is equal to, that is NPV, will be 0. Will not be negative, not be here 4,000 something is there. No, will not be negative, not positive. Will be 0. The rate at which 10% means, suppose here you are getting 24,000 something. Here 0. So the rate, 10% rate is the IRR rate. The rate at which the annual present value of annual cash inflows are equivalent to your initial investment. That is called IRR, internal rate of return. Do you understand? See here, once again I read it. The internal rate of return is the rate of return that a project earns. Okay, it defines the discount rate which equates the aggregate present value of net cash inflows with the aggregate present value of cash outflow of a project. That means what? NPV is equal to 0, right? The rate at which the project is equal to 0. That is called IRR, minimum rate of return or required rate of return. Okay. The calculation is very cumbersome method under IRR. What are the merits? It considers the time value of money. It takes into total cash inflow and outflow. It does not use the concept of required rate of return. It gives the approximate or nearest rate of return. Exactly, sometimes we cannot calculate. Approximately, we can calculate. What are the demerits? It involves very complicated methods, and it produces multiple rates, which may be used for taking decisions. It is assumed that all intermediate cash inflows are reinvested in internal rate of return. So in this case, project would qualify, be accepted in the IRR, exceeds the required rate of return. That is K. K means cutoff rate. So when your IRR is greater than your K, so you can accept. What is the acceptance criteria under IRR? When your IRR exceeds the required rate of return, or K, cost of capital. So you can accept that project. This is the formula for IRR is equal to R plus or minus PB minus DFR divided by degrees. That is, this is discount factor. Discount factor for, or I explain you when doing problem, you can understand. Let us see this problem. A project cost rupees 36,000 and is expected to generate cash inflows of rupees 11,200 annually for 5 years. Calculate IRR of the project. So in this case, first we have to locate the discount factor. So how to locate the discount factor, that is payback period you have to calculate. So payback period, that is 36,000 divided by 5 years, right? So how much it comes? No. Initial payback period was, what is the formula? Initial investment divided by cash inflow. Cash inflow is 11,200. So by 11,200, what is the payback period? 3.219, right? So this 319 is the indication. You have to see the table value. Annuity table, you have to see the annuity table nearing 5 years, then rate of interest you have to see, where nearing this 3.214 comes. Two periods maybe you cannot locate exact value. So two interest rates, it may be in between two interest rate. Okay, so 5 years, that is lower interest rate and higher interest rate, both the thing you can take it. So if you are seeing, say for an example, I show you. 1 second. Once again, huh? Annuity table. Can you see this?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the present value table, right? So now what is our payback factor? 3.519. 5 years you have to see, right?
So, ma'am, this table will be given, or we have to memorize the data according to the year or
No need to
period?
memorize. No need to memorize, ma. Will be given in the examination. See, 10 years, 10%. That is annuity table. Present
Okay,
value
ma'am.
table. That is first year, 0.909. Second year, 0.82. Calculator also you can calculate this annuity table value. But this discount factor you have to see, that cumulative annuity table you have to see. See here, this one. See,
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
wait, 5 years, see here, nearing. Can you see this one? Nearing, that is 3 point, what is our value payback factor? 3 point something, no? Do you remember? Wait.
3.214.
3.214 is. Now you see the here. See. 3.214 where it is nearing between 16%, 3.274. 17% it is showing 3.199, right? So your IRR in between 16 and 17. Do you understand? Between these two figures.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now shall I come to the PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see this PPT now? I have to exclude it. Can you see this now?
Yes, ma'am. It is visible.
Now, do you understand how to locate the interest rate? So IRR is in between 16% and 17%, right? So 16%, the value what it is shown in that
3.274.
3.199. Okay. 3.274, that is in the lower interest rate, higher interest rate 3.199. Okay, 3.199, 3.21274, right? So now with this, we have to use this formula and calculate. So IRR is equal to interest rate, lower interest rate or higher interest. If you take lower interest rate, you have to take plus. If you are taking higher rate of interest, you have to minus it. Why? Because it is in between 16 and 17. That is why. Do you understand? So if you are taking lower interest rate 16% plus here PB means payback period. Payback period value is 3.214. Okay, minus, that is 3.214 minus discount factor for R. Discount factor for R, that is interest rate 3.274 we have located, right, divided by discount factor for lower interest rate, that is 3.274 minus discount factor for higher interest rate 3.199 into what is the difference between these two, difference between interest rate 16 minus 17, 1. Okay, what is the difference? So if you calculate, that is 16.8%. If you take higher interest rate, that is 17% minus payback period, that is 3.214 minus discount factor. This rate of discount factor is 3.199 divided by lower degrees of for lower interest rate, discount factor for higher interest rate. So if you calculate any method, anything, you will get the same rate. So our IRR under this problem 16.8%. Nowadays in the Excel sheet easily, quickly we can calculate. But examination point of view for how to locate and calculate under trial and error, even trial and error method also you can do, but it will take longer time to calculate. This is easy method, shortages, that is quickly we can calculate. Okay. The next one is profitability index. Profitability index I already explained you. Present value of cash inflows divided by present value of cash outflows. This method is very helpful for what is the value of returns per rupee invested. But NPV is not like that. NPV is showing only present value of total cash proceeds minus initial investment, whether net value positive or negative. With that, based on that, we used to take decision making. But profitability index gives you what is the value of returns per rupee invested. So if the amount of investment is different in mutually exclusive project, we can easily find out what is the value worth of any project, right? So see here, machinery A has the present 75,000. Its present value of cash outflow 50,000. So 75,000 minus divided by 50,000, 1.5 times. Machine B, cash inflow 1 lakh, cash outflow 50,000. So 2 times. So which profitability index gives you higher, greater, that you can accept under profitability index method. Okay. Then one more problem I have calculated for examination point of view. See here, when you are calculating net present value, you have to consider depreciation and taxation. But the cash flows you have to take only before, after taxation, but before depreciation you have to take. What does it mean after taxation but before depreciation? That means first you have to deduct depreciation, because it is allowable expenditure for calculation of taxation, right? First you have to deduct depreciation, calculate taxation, tax amount you deducted, again you have to add back the depreciation, because depreciation is not an expenditure, it is a mere book entry. So we have to add back the depreciation. After that cash flow only we have to calculate the present value table, right? See here, see this problem. A limited company is considering investing a project requiring capital outlay of rupees 2 lakhs. Forecast the annual income after depreciation but before taxation is as follows, right? So you have to estimate the cash inflows after. See here, what is given after depreciation but before taxation are given, this cash flows, but we have to take after taxation but before depreciation we have to calculate. See here, depreciation is taken 20% on an original cost and taxation at 50%. Net income you are required to calculate, payback method, return. These are the methods you have to calculate. First of all, let us see. Profit before taxation 1 lakh. Depreciation is 20%. What is the initial investment? 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs divided by 5 years. So what is the depreciation? What is the depreciation, ma?
40,000.
Depreciation is 40,000, right? 2 lakhs divided by 5 years. 40,000, or otherwise 2 lakhs into depreciation percentage is given 20%. So 2 lakhs into 20%, 40,000 is the depreciation amount. But what it is given here, this annual cash inflows are given after depreciation. Depreciation already they have deducted, but before taxation. First we have to calculate taxation. So have to calculate taxation is 50%. So cash inflows, profit into taxation 50%. 50% means 1 lakh minus 50,000. After tax is also 50,000. Right? Now we have depreciation 40,000. You have to add back. So what is the profit after taxation but before depreciation? That is the important factor is required. So 90,000, 90,000. This is discount factor at a rate of 10%. This is the discount factor. Multiply by this. This is the total annual annual present value, total annual present value, right? Present value of annual proceeds. Now you calculate payback method. Payback method, what is the formula?
Ma'am, again, why we have to add the depreciation? Can you just explain why you have to add the depreciation again?
Why? Because see here in this problem, annual cash inflows are given, annual income after depreciation but before taxation. For calculation of net present value, we need to take after taxation but before depreciation is required. Okay. Net present value, we used to take the profit after taxation but before depreciation. So for the calculation of purpose of taxation, depreciation already deducted. Depreciation is an allowable expenditure for the calculation of taxation. Do you understand? First, you have to calculate tax, because this, suppose depreciation is not deducted in this amount. What you have to do? First, you have to deduct the depreciation. 1 lakh minus 40,000, 60,000 is after depreciation. So 60,000 into 50% taxation, 30,000. So 30,000 plus 40,000 depreciation, 70,000. Here already deducted depreciation. What it is given in your problem after depreciation, but before taxation is given in your problem. Right? Do you understand? That is why we are calculating taxation, deducting taxation. 50% means 50% taxation. 1 lakh minus 50,000. 50 after taxation is also 50,000. Okay. So now again you have to add back the depreciation. For the calculation of NPV, you should take the profit after taxation but before depreciation. That is why we are adding depreciation again. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
This is the this 3 lakhs total. 3 lakhs 8,000 is the total annual cash proceeds. Okay, total annual cash proceeds. Present value of total present value of annual cash proceeds minus investment 2 lakhs. So NPV under this 3 lakhs minus 2 lakhs, that is 1 lakh 8,193 is the NPV. Do you understand? That is why I have calculated here. Now they are asking you all the methods: payback method, rate of return on original method, rate of return on average method, discount cash flow method, and NPV method. Right? Let us see one by one. Payback method, that is already I told you, if it is a it's not unequal cash flows. When it is unequal cash flows, what you have to take? Cumulative. Right? So 2 lakhs, 2 years, first year, second year. If you are taking this value, this profit after taxation before depreciation, if you have taken cumulative payback period, second year you will earn only 1,80,000, right? So remaining 20,000. For third year you are earning 80,000. So 20,000 divided by 80,000. So that means 2 years 3 months. If you are taking this value, sorry, profit after taxation but before depreciation, if you are taking, you have to calculate payback period, that is 2 years 3 months. Okay. Rate of return on average investment method. So average investment method, you have to take average profit after taxation divided by original investment. So in this case, you have to take in the method of ARR method, the profit should be after depreciation and taxation. You should not add depreciation. So you have to take only this one after taxation and depreciation. 50,000, 50,000, 40,000, 40,000, 20,000 under ARR method. Okay, ARR method, the profit should be after depreciation and taxation. But NPV you have to take after taxation before depreciation. Should be very careful, right? So the average profit is 40,000. Average investment is 2 lakhs divided by 2. So 40,000 divided by, either you can take original investment formula or average investment formula. They have asked you rate of return on original investment method. So original investment is 2 lakhs you have to take. So ARR 20%. Next one, rate of return on average investment. Instead of original, average investment is 2 lakhs divided by 2. That is 1 lakh. So average investment 40%. Okay. Then NPV I already explained you. 3 lakhs 8,193 minus outflow. This is the NPV. Profitability index is very simple. What is the total annuity value, present value divided by initial investment, that is profitability index 1.54. So more than 1. So the acceptance decision under profitability index. Suppose mutually exclusive 2 projects, if it is there, which gives higher rate, you can choose. Okay. So that's all with regards to this payback. All these capital budgeting techniques. These are all capital budgeting techniques. Do you have any other doubts?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, you told that before you told that the question, ma'am. Question showed that.
Question?
Question you will show that, ma'am, one time.
Question. Wait.
Ma'am.
Wait. I open it and I show you. Question bank. It is uploaded on our website.
No, ma'am. This problem question, ma'am.
Which problem?
Ma'am, PPT. You told ma'am PPT where the PPT will be
Yeah,
uploaded. You
PPT,
told
ma'am.
yesterday that you will show where it is uploaded actually.
No, ma'am. I went out, ma'am. The PPT will be say that before depreciation, after before taxation, after depreciation. You told that, ma'am. In case some problems will be alternative. How to choose that, ma'am?
Depends upon the problem you have to read. So sometimes in your problem may be given, see here, instead of
Correct,
here annual income, simply it is given annual income. No, nothing mentioned after taxation or depreciation, nothing mentioned. So you have to assume that cash flows before depreciation and taxation are given. Sometimes it will be mentioned cash flows, cash flows are before depreciation and taxation. So you have to deduct first depreciation and deduct taxation, then you have to add back the depreciation under NPV method. But ARR method take only after depreciation and taxation value you have to take. Payback method, anything you can, original amount you can take, or after this value also you can take. Payback method, no issue. But here you have to take this thing. Okay?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Do you want to, I have to show you this, where it is PPT or question bank in our website, where it is.
Yes, ma'am.
In our website, student support services, one menu is there. Under that, you click teaching and learning material. Under that, you see PPTs, MBA, you, wait, I show you. This one I will exclude it. Can you see this? Can you see this? See here, this is our website, right? Here, services, if you click, you will get teaching learning material. If you click this, teaching here, PPT, if you click MBA, first semester, accounting for manager, first class, this is first class PPT, see, financial accounting, first class PPT, okay. Second class, first and second class, this is first class and second class, this is third class and fourth class. So all these PPTs are available. The same thing last we have uploaded, same thing only I have made it here also. You can download.
Yeah, this is for first sem, for second sem financial management, second sem
like
there is nothing has been uploaded.
Wait. Second sem, if you click here, second sem not uploaded.
Yes, ma'am. For no subject for operational strategy management, for any of no subject is uploaded here, ma'am.
Okay, ma. Our depends upon the director's decision making. Previous director told to upload all PPTs, so we have made it. Now the director has been changed. They are saying that no need to upload the PPT like that. So you can send one mail to the help desk mail you have, no? Help desk mail, you send request to director for uploading the PPT for essential for us, like that you send mail. If you many of you send mail, they will respond. Okay, if they give direction, we will upload. If you want this PPT, I will share it with you, no issue. This is my, I say you take my normal PPT. Can we share through this Google Meet?
You can add it in the chat.
I can add it, huh?
Yes, ma'am, you can add it in the chat.
Chat, how to add?
On your screen, you should be able to see 3 dots in the right corner, bottom corner. There is a speech button. If you click on that, you can add your email in the chat. Everyone currently present in the meeting will be able to see your email.
Wait. This PPT, how to share? The 3 dot button is there, okay. In that change layout, no.
Not the 3 buttons, ma'am. At the very corner, there are 4 icons. Meeting information, everyone, show everyone, chat with everyone, and activities. If you click on chat with everyone, you should be able to see.
It's not showing. That's
chat is currently blocked. That's what it's.
Blocked. That is why I couldn't see. Okay, no issue. I send my mail ID. If those who are sending requesting this PPT, I will share it with you. Okay. Mastery not SBM at the only. This is my mail ID. You give request, I will share with you. When you now don't send everyone, 2-3 people you can send. You can share among yourself. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
And then help desk, you give request, send mail to director. Then only it will be uploaded.
Ma'am, please show your email ID again, please.
It's in, see your chat box. I have typed in chat box. mastery.sbm@pondiuni.ac.in. Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes.
We don't know that class schedule also. Class schedule or class timetable.
That you have to ask coordinator. 4717 you have to ask.
Okay.
Thank you. Shall I quit? Wind up the class?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we need to log in again at 2 p.m. or what is the scenario?
Hello? 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 Hello, students? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Students? Yeah, the
Yes.
classes are over. Now it is lunch break till 2 o'clock. 2
Okay.
o'clock again the classes will be resumed.
Yes, okay, ma'am.
Okay.
So, ma'am, we have to log in by 2 o'clock, right?
Break.
Hello.
1 to 2 is lunch break. So you people can log in again by 2.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Vanita. Vanita. Hello, Vanita.
Vanita?
சார் மைக் மியூட் பண்ணதுக்கு சொல்லிடுங்க சார். மைக் மியூட் பண்ணதுக்கு சொல்லுங்க. Hello, Vanita.
Yes.
Kindly mute your mic.
Okay.
Okay, when the classes will start by 2 o'clock, you can join again. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Students, are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just wait for
Yes, sir.
2-3 minutes. We'll see others will be joining. So we'll start our class. Okay? Yeah. Just a minute. Let me upload my PPT. Are you able to see PPT? Hello?
Yes, sir. We are able to see your PPT.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can.
Yes, sir, now we can able to see.
Okay, fine. Start now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And very good afternoon to all of you. Once again, we are joining back for marketing classes. I hope all of you there yesterday. All of you joined yesterday. Anyone who is new to the class today?
Yes, sir. Couldn't join because I was working yesterday.
Okay. Otherwise, most of you must have joined yesterday, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What we'll do quickly, we'll revise those whatever we have taught yesterday, and we'll proceed further. Okay. Yesterday we have discussed about the basic concepts of marketing, like what do you mean by marketing, what is the definition, what are the different concepts in marketing, what is the difference between selling and marketing. All this we have discussed yesterday. Okay. Once again, to refresh your knowledge, we'll discuss the marketing. What do you understand by marketing? The yesterday we have joined. So anyone can reply? Any one of you can say what exactly marketing is? Yesterday we had discussed a lot. Anyone? Hello? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It
Yeah,
is showing company showing the advertisement products which is in the best possible way. It is marketing.
yesterday you have joined the class.
Yes, sir.
Still you say the same thing. What I told you, the basic core thing is understanding need of the customer. Until unless you know the need of the customer, then it is useless making a product and offering him. Because if you don't need a product, then what is the use of offering you to buy it? Suppose I have a product, I will ask you, I want to sell this one with a discount. Will you buy this one? Will you buy the product? No, because you don't need that one. Until unless I identify your need, what exactly you require, then only I can make the product. So otherwise it would be a selling. Yesterday I have discussed about difference between selling and marketing. Marketing is to
Yes, sir.
to identify the need of the customer. First of all, you need to identify the needs. Then of course it is a value exchange, it is an exchange process between seller and buyer. But however, the core thing is the understanding need of the customer. So once you understand the need of the customer, then only you can make the product to satisfy his need and create value for both in the sense for marketer and as well as for the buyer also. So how will you create the value? So you need to satisfy the customer the price which he is paying for that. So customer should be satisfied and he should fulfill his requirement. So such kind of value added product you need to make and create a good relationship with the customer, because customer retention is the one of the important aspect of marketing. If you are not retaining your customer, then today he will buy your product and tomorrow he may not come back to you. So relationship marketing is also very important. So you need to create a harmonious relation between the customers and the seller, and which should be profitable for both in the sense for the customer it will be profitable because he got the value of his money, and the seller it is profitable because you have earned profit. Both the way it is win-win situation. If customer is not satisfied, then no point of making profit. If you are making profit and selling to the customer and he is not satisfied, then it is not, marketing is not complete. So the basic thing is to identify the need of the customer and to make a product to satisfy his requirement, create a value for it, and creating a harmonious relationship as well as profitable for each other. Okay, is it clear? Those who have joined today, so if you any doubt you can ask me. Otherwise, last 10 minutes we'll have question answer session. In that you can ask the doubts. So yesterday we have also discussed about the difference between selling and marketing. Like main difference is the selling is seller thinks it is seller's point of view. In case of selling, it is seller's point of view, but in case of marketing, it is customer's point of view. You are thinking about the customer's need, but seller what they think in selling, in case of selling, you are making a product without the customer need and making the product and try to sell the product to the consumer. But in case of marketing, what you are doing, you are identifying the need of the customer and making the product, then only you are selling it, isn't it? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You respond in between, otherwise I will not be able to know that whether you are listening or not. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Now, any other difference? Can you tell me? Those who have yesterday attended classes, I told you I'll ask questions. Any other difference? Selling, marketing? Anyone? Any one difference? No. Anyway, we'll just revise it. The other, like few differences, I will let you know. The other difference is like in case of selling, it is the existing technology, and in case of marketing, it is the latest technology. Why it is existing technology? Because the product when it was manufactured, by the time whatever the technology was there, you have made it, and now you are selling it. But in case of marketing, now if you want to do marketing, you need to have to ask your customer what is your need, and you need to see that what is the latest technology available. Until unless you upgrade your technology, customer will not buy your product. So in case of marketing, what you are doing, you are going for the latest technology, whatever it is there. But in case of selling, you have old technology, you manufacture the product. By this time, technology might have changed. Okay. And in case of selling, what is there? Yes, somewhere you are applying technique to sell the product. Somehow it is to be sold. You think that your product should be sold. That is selling. But in case of marketing, it is you are satisfying the customer. Customer is getting satisfied with your product. And in case of selling, you think that customer is the end point because you sold the product and your business is over. I have got the value of my money. I sold the product. and now I am free. But in case of marketing, that is the starting point of business. You think that now only business has started, and you need to make the product and supply to the customer, and after sales service also you will provide them, so that they will return back to you. Okay, there are many differences, so you can go through the books. So just to revise, few points I have discussed. And another point we have discussed yesterday about the era of marketing or history of marketing. You can say different concepts in marketing. Can you tell me any one of you what are the different concepts in marketing? Yesterday we have discussed. Do you remember? Like production concept, product concept, sales concept, marketing concept, societal concept, relationships concept. All this we have discussed, isn't it? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yesterday we have already discussed all this. Do I need to explain again?
No, sir.
I think no need. These are the different concepts in marketing. So you must remember that production concept, product concept, selling concept, marketing concept, relationship concept, societal concept, even you can say green marketing concept, you can say digital concept. These are the different concepts in marketing. Stages wise it has been evolved. Okay. So now let us go to proceed further. You are able to see PPT?
Yes, sir. But if you can just increase it and do a complete screen, because then it will be clearer.
Now is it okay? Can you see?
Sir, we can see, but if you can, just enlarge the screen.
I have enlarged the screen, full screen I have shown.
If you do a slide view or something, view option slide, then we can see just this slide. Because on the left side, we are seeing the entire list of the slides that are there.
Can you see now?
Sir, we could able to see. We could able to see, but if you go to presentation mode, will be good to see, sir.
Yeah, presentation mode only I am going.
No, the left side view we need not to see, sir. If you close that, so that we'll get a bigger view.
Oh, just a second.
Or just say from beginning, sir, it will come the first one only. Just click that option.
Okay. Just. Can you see? No.
Still the left list of slides are coming.
Oh, I don't know full view I have shown, but still it is coming.
Or if you just say setup slideshow.
Setup slideshow. Okay. Presentation full screen I am seen here.
Sir, I don't think it's working. No problem. Please continue. No problem.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay. Has it gone?
Thank you.
Full
Thank
screen,
you.
But I do not know. Anyway.
No problem, sir. No problem, sir.
Okay. Just a second. 1 second. Let me
We
try.
can maximize the screen.
Again, it is the same now? No.
No problem, sir. Please continue. No problem.
Okay, we'll continue. The other concept we discussed about the marketing mix, that is called as 4 P's of marketing, or you can say 7 P's of marketing. If somebody asks the marketing mix, you can say there are 4 traditional P's, and in case of if you are including marketing services, because marketing is not only for goods, it is for the services, people, ideas, everything it will be included in marketing. So in this case, if you see traditional 4P, that is product, price, place, and promotion. And this detail in second unit, next unit, we'll be discussing about the full detail about the product, what is product, price, place, promotion, we'll be discussing. But now the 4P. First, product is you can say it is a product can be tangible and intangible both, like goods and services, ideas, people, process, place, everything is included in product. So don't say that only the thing which is tangible is product. Intangible also, like services, are also can be called as product. So what are the different components of product, like elements of product, like product design, product positioning, Product name and again product positioning we'll discuss in detail. Product name and package labeling, breadth and depth of product line, that also we'll discuss in next unit. What do you mean by product line? Level and times of customer service, product warranty, new product development, product life cycle. These all concepts we'll be discussing in next unit. This is all about the first P. The second P is price. What are the component of price? Like manufacturer price, wholesalers and retailing price, terms and conditions, bidding tactics, discount policies, new product pricing, all this coming under the pricing. So the third P is...
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Which slide are you showing right now, sir? Is it marketing concepts title on top?
No, marketing mix.
Okay, because the slide on the screen is marketing concepts.
Oh, I'm sorry. Really, let me see once again then. Now?
Yes.
Or let it be like this. Once I enlarge the screen, it will be, again, it is a problem.
No problem, no problem.
The second is price. The third P is, you can say here, distribution, you can make it as a third P. Place, it is distribution. Once the product is ready, you have made the price. Next thing is, you need to distribute your product. Whoever your target customer, you need to make your product available in that place. So distribution is another P of marketing, which is also very important. And next unit, third unit, we'll be discussing in detail. So next fourth P is promotion. Promotion, which includes like promotion. Why do you need promotion? You need to communicate to your customer about your product, place, price, everything. You need to communicate to your customer. Otherwise, customer will not be aware of your product. Once you are launching a new product, then you need to communicate to your customer. You need to inform to your customer about your product. What are different elements of product promotion, like advertising, sales promotion, direct marketing, public relation, personal selling? These are the different components of this promotion. So these are the 4 P's. Then additional 3 P's like your people, process, and physical evidence. In case of marketing services, the people are very important, because those who are providing you service, they are also very important. How they give you service, what is their process, and whether you are services or not. So people are very important in case of services. Then process. Then again, process is, in case of services, process is very important. So how they do the work. Suppose, for example, if you have gone to the repair shop, the person who is servicing your bike or car, you see that very meticulously he is doing, and very neatly and assembling properly, or doing properly, checking everything. If the process is okay, if you are satisfied with the process, then you will be happy to get your vehicle service there. So the next important thing is process. And third is physical evidence. Similarly, physical evidence is also very important, because, for example, if you have gone to a restaurant and you have gone for a dinner, and you found that the place is very ambience is very good, and it's very neat and clean. The service person is very neatly dressed and very meticulously doing the work. You are happy with this one physical evidence, then your service will be good. So these are the different P's in marketing. So marketing mix, or sometimes they ask 4 P's of marketing or 7 P's of marketing, whatever it is, you can explain. Is it okay? Clear? Just say yes or no.
Yes, sir, clear. Yes, clear, sir.
Yes. Okay, next we'll be going to discuss about the marketing environment. Like business environment unit, first semester you must have studied about business environment. What is environment? Because wherever you do your business, there will be some kind of environment surrounded to your business. So similarly, wherever you do marketing, so some kind of environment are surrounded. So there are, you can say, internal environment and external environment. Internal, whatever the within your control, within the organization control, like your employees, the R&D team, the operation management system, then your suppliers, all this, it is within your control. Those are called as internal or micro environment. And the other one is, the major one is called as macro environment or mega environment. What is that? Those are like your demographic environment, political legal environment, economic environment, socio-cultural environment, technological environment, ecological environment. These are the various kinds of environment which is beyond your control. These are called as external environment or mega environment or micro environment, macro environment you can call. So those are, let us discuss one by one. First one is demographic environment. What do you understand by demography? Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What it includes, demographic environment, since it depends on the people and consumer. Demographic is a major element of marketing environment. What is demographic? You should know what is the population, the target customer. Suppose you are targeting the customer or which area, your zone, then based on that, you should know the population of the place where you are doing your business. So population, then male female ratio, like then employment status, then earning capacity, all these different kinds of demographic details you must know. That will be easier for you to target your customer. Once you have targeted the customer, you do not know. Suppose your product is female product, female oriented product, then you do not know how many females are there. So how will you make the product? How many number of product? It may be, if without knowing the details, if you are making, it may be surplus, it can be shortage also. So exactly you will not be able to understand the until unless you know the details about the demographic environment. Similarly, what is the income capacity of the people? So based on that, which category of customer you are targeting. Suppose it's a middle class group, you are targeting to the middle class customer. Then you need to know that what is the population of middle class people in this zone. So all this detail you need to have. For example, some people, they are targeting to the children. How many children are there? Until unless you do not know, then it will be difficult to estimate your production. Okay, so that is called a demographic, directly connected to your business and your marketing. Second is political and legal environment. Political environment, you know that every time the political party changes, there will be something different kinds of rules and regulations. So based on that, you need to adapt as per the ruling party's decision. Based on that, you need to have certain kind of changes you need to make. For example, suppose tomorrow GST implemented or excise duty is implemented or something, some changes are there, you need to adopt those things, because these things are not within your control. You have to avoid those things. So similarly, legal environment. What is legal environment? Like different laws, rules and regulations, what is enacted. For example, if you want to open a company, then you need to register under the Company Act. If you want to make a partnership business, the Partnership Act you need to do. Similarly, all the rules and regulations, whatever implement it is there, you need to follow the procedure. So that is called as legal environment. Similarly, economic environment. What is the economic status of the country? From time to time, they changes rules, like based on the inflation, unemployment, resources availability. All this, it is economic status also gets changes. So this is also one of the important environment which is affecting directly to your marketing. And next, socio-cultural environment. Socio-cultural environment in the sense, the society, what is the culture and the prevailed in the society. Based on that, you need to do. If it is not accepted as some business which is not accepted in the society, it will be difficult to do that. So based on the society and their culture and their tradition, you need to take care of those things. Similarly, technological environment. Technological environment in the sense, technology is changing day by day. Very frequently it is changing. So you need to attach technology. Until unless you adapt the technology, it will be, your product will be outdated from the market. Similarly, like yesterday I gave some example, like ambassador car. Once upon a time it was called as minister's car, but nowadays it is nowhere in the market. Similarly, Premier Padmini, one of the popular car in India, but nowadays it is not there. I gave you yesterday example of like Kodak camera. So they could not adopt the latest technology in time, so they were out of market. So these are the various kind of environment which are called as mega environment or macro environment or external environment. Is it okay? Clear?
No, sir.
Yeah. Shall we proceed further?
Yes,
so
sir.
next one is, we'll go discuss about buyer behavior. You know that consumer behavior is the most important. Until unless you know about the details of the consumer, how they behave, what is their buying trends, all this, if you do not know, it will be difficult for you to do the business. So consumer behavior is the process through which ultimate buyer make purchase decision. If the buyer, he take purchase decision based on his behavior. So you need to understand what is the behavior of the customer. The study of the buying units and the exchange process involved in acquiring, consuming, and disposing of goods, services, experience, and ideas. The decision process and physical activity individually engage in when evaluating, acquiring, using, disposing of goods and services. Whatever how the consumer behaves while purchasing, taking purchase decision. This is called as just about the behavior of the consumer. So you need to know now what are the determinants of consumer behavior, because you know that consumer, when he takes any decision, there has to be certain procedure or certain things he is adopting, like a number of external and internal interpersonal influences to the customer, like many factors which is influencing customer to behave, like cultural influences. Culture also influence to the customer to behave in certain way. If something is not accepted in the culture, definitely the consumer will not go to buy such kind of product. So cultural influence is one of the important. Based on his culture and his tradition, he will be taking decision. So they will be hesitating to go against their culture. Suppose some which is not acceptable in the culture, and you are doing business, and people will be hesitant to go for that kind of product. Similarly, in culture, there is a culture, subculture, which includes like religion, then caste and creeds, then special groups. Like this, there are the different groups and different kinds of peoples are there. You need to, these are the based on that consumer behaves. You need to understand what is their behavior, what is the cultural influence to the customer. Similarly, group influence. When a customer takes a decision, so he is influenced by various groups, so like his family members, his friend circle, where he is working. All this they are influencing to them. He may discuss with them. Suppose, for example, you are going to purchase a bike, then definitely you will be asking to your friend where you are working, or your peer group, or your family members. They will be influencing, you know, this bike, this is that. So all the details you will be trying to collect, and you will be influenced to take decision based on that. So group influence is also very important in taking consumer decision. Similarly, family influence, definitely family influence is there. For example, you are going to buy there's a smart television, so definitely family people, they are involved, and neighbors, all this, you will be their suggestion also, it will be influencing you to take decision to purchase the product. And consumer behavior is affected with many interpersonal factors, such as like personal factors. What are those personal factors? Like unique needs. You might be having, every individual might be having their unique needs. Based on that needs, he go to purchase the product. So that is the reason in marketing, you need to understand the need of the customer. Every customer might be having different needs. So without knowing the need of the customer, if you're making product and offering them, it will not be useful. So unique needs of customer, every customer has their unique needs. Based on their needs, they take decision. Similarly, motives. What is the motive of the customer? So if you are aware of the motive of the customer, why he is buying, what is the reason, what is the purpose of taking decision, all this, if you are aware of it, it will be easy to influence the customer. So next is perception. Perception, what is that? What is the perception in the mind of the customer about the particular product? If his perception is good, then definitely he is going to take the decision immediately. Yes, this product is the right kind of product for me and I am going to buy it. It will be easier for his decision making. If perception is wrong or if perception is not clear, then he will be in dilemma whether to go for this one or not. He will try to, if the salesperson, he try to convince him, then only it may be possible. Otherwise, it will be, he will be in confusion. So perception of the individual is also very important. What is the perception? For example, a premium product from a very reputed company, for example, Tata company, the perception is consumer perception. Generally, it is very good that Tata company products are good. So it will be easier for them to take decision. But once they don't have clear perception, then it will be difficult for them to take decision. Similarly, customer, what is the attitude? Which society he is living? Which class of group belongs? And based on that, his attitudes will be different. So you need to understand the attitude of the customer. Similarly, learning what he has learned from his previous experience about the particular product or particular brand. If his learning experience is good, then it will be easier for him to take decision. Similarly, self-concept, what is his concept of buying the product? Factors which are influencing a customer to take decision for buying a product. Is it clear? Shall we proceed further? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now let us see the consumer decision process, how the consumer takes the decision. So first of all, you can see here in chart that problem recognition or need identification. When customer, he needs something, he has, like for example, yesterday I told you, a person is thirsty. What is his need? He need to drink something to quench his thirst, isn't it? Similarly, identifying problem recognition, first you need to identify what is your requirement. Then once you know that, then you will go for information search. You'll go for searching of information. So if you want to buy a car, suppose for example, then what your requirement is, four-wheeler. You want to have a four-wheeler and you are clear. Then you will go for information search. You will try to find out various information, details, product about the different company, different brand and different showroom. You will try to collect all kind of information. Once information is there, you need to go through that one. Then what you do, evaluation of alternatives. You will evaluate which one is, suppose whether I will go for Maruti or go for Honda or all this you have gone through, you have got the information. Then now you need to evaluate the which one is suitable for you. You need to evaluate the cost wise, product wise, quality wise and affordability wise, all this you need to take a decision. Once evaluation is there, then you will go for purchase decision. You will come to the action. So once you have taken the purchase decision, then you will go for post-purchase evaluation. After purchasing, you will think that whether you have it's the right product or not. You will have the feedback. So this is the different decision process through which every customer goes through. Well, first of all, identification of problem identification, need identification. Then you will go for information search for any kind of product. Then you will evaluate. Then you will go for purchase. Then post-purchase decision, your feedback, the whether product is good or bad or whatever it is, you will be able to know. Then now while problem recognition, you see the interpersonal determinants. Like earlier we discussed, what are the factors it is influencing to take decision. Like recognition is a problem. What type of product I want? Again, it depends on the different determinant, like cultural influence. Based on the cultural influence, like you want to buy something, then you will see that whether it is as per our culture or norms or social society, it is acceptable or not. For example, like if you go for liquor, so it is socially, it is not again social, based on the social influence, it will be affecting to your consumer taking decision whether I should go for any other product, substitute product, or similar thing which are not which are restricted in your society or something like that. So based on the cultural influence, similarly social influence and family influence, you need to identify your problem. Similarly, it is also affecting like personal determinants like need, motive, perception, attitude, learning, self, what we discuss. All this affecting while taking the decision, identifying the need. So this is the complete picture of the consumer decision process. Next one is the very important thing is STP, segmentation and targeting and positioning. In marketing, this is very much important. Market segmentation, market targeting, and market positioning. What is segmentation? Segmentation in the sense, you know that market is composed of various heterogeneous group of people. They might be having different wants, different needs, different purchase power, capacity. So there are heterogeneous group of people which can be divided into many homogeneous groups. You can divide into homogeneous groups, similar kind of thinking of groups of people who take similar kind of decision. So in that basis, you can make different segment. So now segmentation can be done based on various basis, like geographical segmentation, based on the geographical location of the customer or geographical location where you are doing the business. Based on that, you can segment the market. It is for the which geographical region. It is for the south market. It is for the north market. It is for the western market, or like winter where based on the zonal, their climatic condition, you can segregate the market. So geographical segmentation is the important aspect. Like again, geographically, you can see that you can segment it like metro cities, non-metro cities, rural area, urban area. Like this, you can segregate your market, which group of people you are going to target. So if it is rural people, you need to know the details about the rural. Based on their requirement, you need to make it. If you are launching a product for the urban people, based on the attitude of urban or whatever it is prevalent in urban society, you need to make the product. So geographical segmentation. Next is demographic segmentation. Based on the demographic also, you can segment. Demographic segmentation in the sense based on the population, male female ratio, then earning capacity, the different class of people like middle class, upper class, lower middle class. Like this, you can make the product. Like Titan watches, what they do, they have the product to serve all kinds of people, different segments of people. Like for rich class, they have different kinds of product. For medium class, they have different kinds of product. For poor classes, they have different kinds of product. Like wristwatches, they have gold, diamond studded watches for the higher rich class. Similarly, they have 18 karat gold watches. That is for the another segment of people. And they have like Timex fast track watches, like for the sports oriented people. Similarly, for poor people, like Timex Sonata. So that is which is lower range people. So to serve all kinds of people, they have different segments and products also for the different segmented people. So similarly, if you know the demographic of the place where you are doing the business, it will be easier to target the market. Then psychographic behavior of the customer or the people. Different zonal people might be south people, they might be having different psychographic attitude. So north people, they might be having different cultural influence and psychographic style of buying a product. So psychography is also one of the important aspect of segmenting a market. General lifestyle, which class of people there, like upper class means higher income group people, their lifestyle will be different. Like professional people, their lifestyle will be different. Rural people, their lifestyle will be different. Then urban people, lifestyle will be different. So based on that, you can, based on the lifestyle, you can just segment which segment you are targeting. Then product usage. What is the usage of the particular product in the particular area? So usage may be different. For example, take the case of leather jacket. If you are launching, try to launch the product in South market, it may not be sold because leather jacket is not useful for them. If you are same thing, you are launching in the North market, it will be like a hot cake, it will be sold because the usage of that product is more in that area. So based on the product usage, you can segment the market. Next is product benefit. What is the benefit of the product? What kind of benefit it gives to me, and what is the requirement of the customer? Based on that, you can segment the market. These are the few. There are many more, but broadly, these are the, on this basis, you can segment the market. When segment the market, it will be easier for you to serve the people, because it is very difficult to make the product for all kinds of people. For example, you take the case of Nike shoes. What they do, they have different kinds of, they have different segments of people. They are segmented based on that, like a sports person, non-sports person. So for sports person, they have made different kinds of shoes. For normal, those who are using regular use, that will be different. So women sports person, they will be having different product. So kids, they will be having different products. So if you know the segment, then based on that, you can make your product. It will be easier for you to serve the people. So this is all about segmentation. Next, we'll be discussing about targeting. Once you have segmented the market, now you need to target. Who are the target customer? Target market selection is the next logical step after segmentation. Once market segmentation is identified, you have identified what is which segment you are going to do is, then it will be easier to target. So organization got to decide how many and which ones to target. Now you know what is the population, demographic of the area, which segment you are going to serve, that also it is clear to you. This is the segment, women segment, we are going to know. Now next is you need to target the customer, women. Once we have targeted women, segmented women sector, then you must know that what is the income capacity of them, what is the how many are working and non-working, so what kind of product you are launching. So based on that, if you know the demographic of them, then it will be easier for you to target them. If you are targeting that working lady, then you must know that what is the in women segment, how many are the working lady. Based on that, you can launch your product. It will be easier for you to target. So targeting is also one of the important aspects. One segmentation is over, you need to target the group. Next is positioning. Positioning, again, it is the one of the important aspect, because until unless your product is positioned properly, then it will not be accepted. For example, concept of positioning seeks to place a product in a certain position in the minds of the prospective buyer. You need to position the product in the mind of customer in a such a way that the moment he thinks about the product, then that should come. For example, noodles. When you say noodles, immediately it will come to the Maggi noodles. Why Maggi comes into your mind? Because they have certain kinds of, they have positioned the project in such a way that you will be thinking, the moment you think about the noodle, your mind goes to Maggi. because they have positioned the product in a such a way that 2 minutes it can cook. It has a own recipe, veg, non-veg recipe, everything. It is very easy to quickly prepare the Maggi. So they have positioned the product in such a manner in the mind of the customer that no, it is very quickly, it can be done, it is good, and recipe is good, and within 2 minutes it can be cooked. So your mind goes to the Maggi. So similarly, if you launch the product, you should position the product in such a way the customer will think about the particular product. Like Cadbury chocolate, you must have seen the celebration. What they do, celebration, the sweet packet in Cadbury's companies. How they have positioned the product? When there is a celebration, this is the right kind of product for you. Okay. Similarly, you take the advertisement, this is the right choice, baby. That means if you want to have soft drink, this is the right choice. One more advertisement you must be remembering, the Scooty advertisement. The South Asians is be giving advertisement like, "Hi Scooty girl." Somebody is calling her "Hi Scooty girl." That means the college going girl, when they need a bike, the Scooty is the alternate for it. So the product, if your project positioning is strong, then adaptation in marketing will be adoption of product in the mind of customer. It will be easier. So product positioning is very important while launching a product, new product, or maybe existing product. Positioning is creating an identity to your product. What you're doing, it is creating an identity. Maggi noodle, 2 minutes. It's creating an identity in your mind. This identity is a cumulative of the 4 propositions, like who am I? Product itself, ask who am I? What am I? For whom am I? Why me? Why they will buy Maggi? Until unless there is any difference. The other products are also there. Why should they go for Maggi? Because Maggi might be having some kind of differentiation. So differentiation is very important in marketing, that you should have in your product so that which will be making your product very unique one. If your product has differentiation, then it will be easier for the customer to take a decision to buy your product. And this is all about segmentation, targeting, and positioning, which is popularly called as STP. So is it clear? Student?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No. Any doubt?
No, sir.
Yeah, it's very clear what is segmentation, what is targeting, what is positioning, consumer behavior, decision process. All this we have discussed. If any doubt is there, still you may ask me. Now, I think we'll leave it for questionnaire session. So if you have any doubt since beginning, yesterday's class, today's class, you may ask me, or we can as you wish.
Sir, is it possible for you to share the PPT?
PPT will share at the last. Now, first you complete it. After that, I will share PPT so that you can revise.
Okay.
PPT is only the points I have mentioned here. In detail, you need to go through your study material. Okay?
Sure.
But basic thing, you should understand what exactly it is. If you are
Sure,
clear,
because
then it will be
we
easier.
don't have access to the PPT and the books have just come 2 days before the PCP classes.
Books
So,
have just come.
Yes.
But short copies are already there in website. You can make use of those things at any time.
Not for the semester 2, sir.
Yeah, it is there. Semester 2 also it is there. All the 4 semesters are available. You check it once you go back to home. You can check it that.
Yes, I checked for semester 1. Semester 2, I couldn't see. I'll check again, sir.
semester 1, 2, 3, 4th, everything is there. Old question paper from 5 years also it is there.
You're referring to the question papers?
Not question paper, study material also.
Okay, okay. Study materials I did not see, but I will check again, sir.
Yeah, you'll check it out. Everything is there. So kindly revise it, and if any doubt, next class you can discuss, or anytime you can call back to us also. We are ready to help you.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
But today, whatever we have discussed, if anything you want to know more, or any doubt, or anywhere you have not understood, you are most welcome. Starting from since beginning to definition to till we have discussed about the STP, segmentation, targeting, positioning. Otherwise, tomorrow we'll start the second unit, product decision.
So tomorrow or next week? Next week.
Yeah, next week. Next Saturday we'll be having this product decision. So we'll complete one class. We'll leave it for the discussion of old question papers, then case study discussion. All this one class will revise class will leave last class. Otherwise, other classes will be try to cover the other 4 units, like product decision. The third unit is pricing decision. Fourth is distribution, and fifth is promotion. These are the 4. Based on the 4th piece of marketing, your syllabus is also designed. So product, price, place, and promotion. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, segmentation again. I'll give you one case study, like Taj Group of Hotels. For example, take the example of Taj Group of Hotel. What they have done, the higher class of people, what they have done, Taj, like Taj Hotel, Mumbai. Then second group is like the other group, Vivanta. Then Ginger Group. Different segment of people, they have different kinds of hotels, so that they can accommodate all kind of customers. Okay, you can give any kind of examples. Just I'm listening to 1 or 2 example, so you can give any kind of examples like this. Those who are new to the classes, if they want to ask anything. Your interaction is very much necessary. Otherwise, there is no use of shouting. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you need to interact. If you have understood, okay. Not understood, more things.
So can you explain, as you have told the Taj Hotel, the positioning point?
Yeah, like you can see that.
Regarding positioning.
Like first one, Taj Mahal Palace. They have number 1 for a higher class of people, like even ministers and all. They have made the Taj Mahal, like Taj Mahal Palace Hotel. That's very high-ended people. For them, they have done like Vivanta by Taj Group. So that is the people for business class people. They have the business segment they have made is for them. The Gateway Hotels, that is also Taj Group of hotels. So other kinds of people they have targeted for those kind of people. Like the last class group of hotel is like Ginger Hotel, that is economic class people they have made. So they wanted to serve all people. So that's the reason they have different target customer, different services are available. Is it clear?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Anything, any more questions? Otherwise, I will ask you questions. Is it all right? Shall I ask?
Sir, at the end of each unit, can you tell which all the topics we need to focus for examination point of view?
Examination point of view, that you should be very clear about the definition. What do you mean by marketing? Okay. Then what are the difference between market selling and marketing? So at least 8 to 10 points you can write. Difference between selling and marketing. What are the different concepts in marketing, like product concept, production concept, product concept, sales concept, marketing concept? All this you need to write a paragraph of it, and you can give the example in each. So next important is you can talk about that marketing environment. So like mostly they ask what is the macro environment or external environment. Like you can remember that geographical environment, technological, political environment, ecological, economic environment, socio-cultural environment, legal environment. All this you need to write a paragraph of it, and you can give the, if possible, you give the example and each and everything. Okay. The other one is important is I'm talking about unit 1. These are the based on that, out of those only, because beside those there is nothing to ask. The other one is marketing mix or 4 P's of marketing. Anything they can ask. What do you mean marketing? And explain the component of marketing mix. You can write product, price, place, promotion. So detail of each, and you can give example. Okay. These are the important questions in unit 1, right?
Okay, sir.
All those you are clear or not?
Yes, sir. You told 7 P's of marketing.
Yes, sir.
What is the 7?
7 P's of marketing you told me, sir.
Yeah, 7 P's. See, marketing is not only for the this goods. It can be goods, it can be services, it can be idea, it can be place, it can be people. So like place, you are marketing the place also. Like Kerala, God's own country, how you are marketing? Give time a break. Puducherry, give time a break. They are giving the tag word like give time a break. So that is the way they are marketing the place. Similarly, the ministerial candidate, you are marketing for them also to vote. Like services or services like hotel services, airline services. These are the kind of services which are intangible in nature. It can be all kinds of things. So once you include marketing services in that one, there other 3 P's are important: people, process, and physical evidence. People are very important because they are the people who are giving you, providing your service. If they do rightly, then you will be satisfied. If they do wrong, then you may not be satisfied. So people are important. Similarly, process. If the process is good or it is very attractive, then you will be liking that services. So next one is physical evidence. If you physically you see, that's what I gave you example. If you go to restaurant, you found that ambience is very good. The restaurant is maintained very neat and clean maintenance. The serving people, they are with proper uniform and cleanliness, hygienic condition they are maintaining. The physical evidence, if it is good, then services will be good. So other 3 P's: people, process, and physical evidence. Okay. These are the 7 P's of marketing.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Any more questions? Or else we'll wind the session. Then next week we'll meet once again. So my suggestion, please go through once again your study material, revise it, and make it clear. If any doubt, next class you can ask. And read something about the second unit about product we'll be discussing, so that it will be easier for you. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I hope next week all of you will be there, and if someone is missing, you can ask them to join the class, so that it will be useful for them for writing examination. Okay. And last class we'll be discussing all the question paper, all 2-3 years question paper, so that it will be easier for you. And we'll discuss the case study also, how to write a case study properly. Because when writing paper, we have seen that many of them, some of the students, they have written very nicely, but they have left the case study. 20 marks they are losing there. And some students, they do not know how to write the case study. Simply like paragraph writing, they are passage writing in the schools, they are writing in, that one. So you need to know the what is the proper way of case writing. Also, we'll discuss last class. Okay. So get ready with
Okay,
that.
sir.
And last class, you'll be ready with the questions also, so that you can ask me questions from old question paper, so that we can explain. Right? Then
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Wish you all the best. See you next week again. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'll share my screen. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes,
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, right. So as we have seen yesterday, today we will be starting with recruitment and selection, right? So this is the first step in HRM. I think okay. As we have discussed yesterday, hope you will remember what we have seen yesterday, right? It is like a process from recruiting one person till he gets terminated or he gets retirement from one organization. So this is okay. So this is the first step: recruitment and selection. Recruitment starts with advertisement, right? So how will you select good people who are suitable to you? You should have a application pool of good applicants, right? If the candidates are good, you can pick up a right person. Imagine like this: you want a stylish, a good dress. How will you do that? If you go to a place where nice clothes are available, then you can select from that one which is good. If you go to a place where all clothes are not up to your expectation, are not suitable for your demand, right? How will you select? You want a saree and you go to a cloth shop where modern dresses are available. Can you select whatever you want? No. So this is what is recruitment all about. Unless you have a application pool of people, candidates who are suitable to your job, you cannot select a person. So it starts with that. Okay. So how will you advertise? Advertising is not exactly like marketing. This is for job. This is you are recruiting people. You're not going to sell something. It is totally different things, right? When you are selling, it is some other kind of marketing. But this is you are acquiring people into your organization. You are going to affiliate them to you. So you want someone who is not only suitable, who likes your organization, who wants to travel with you, right? So this is what we talk about. We are talking about human. So what we have to do, advertisement can be such a way that they are attracted towards your organization to work with you, right? Usually it happens through many things like news articles, best employer award, or your employees talking about your organization, how good it is. So all these kind of things help. And time also matters. See, for example, you need to hire now. So you should have applicants ready by that time. Everyone is not jobless, right? If you want experienced people, so they should be ready to join you by that time. Time also matters. So all these things together make recruitment a very important and predominant process of all our human resource management process, right? So let us see one by one how this is done. As usual, any management process starts with planning. We have seen this in the first semester itself, right? Planning is a very important part of organizational process where you can spend more time so that if your planning is not proper, it's not foolproof, what happens? You will have a lot of hiccups in the execution and it will take more time to solve those issues, right? So instead, that's why we say planning should be pakka, it should be seamless, right? So how will you plan for this? What is the planning for recruitment? You should have recruitment strategies, right? Where you are going to recruit, whether it is internal or external. What is internal recruitment? It is like promotion and transfers, right? So you will be grooming some of the employees in your organization itself so that they can be transferred or promoted to that particular job you are looking for. This is internal. What is external recruitment? Usually for trainees or executives for those posts, for the lower cadre, lower management level or lower cadre posts, usually we will hire people from external sources. So you have to strategize that, how to make you understand easily. You would have seen campus placements, right? Campus recruitments. That is a kind of external strategy. See, you know the catchment area. For example, see, big companies like TCS, Infosys and all, they recruit thousands of people. It is like a continuous work, every week you go to market and buy vegetables. It's like exactly like that for them. They'll be continuously hiring because people will be continuously resigning. But that is very high in software industries. So what happens? The external strategy has to be very strong. External recruitment strategy will be very strong for these kind of companies. They know where to get the people. That's why I gave the example of software engineers or software industries. What they do, they will directly go to the supply area. What it is? Engineering colleges, where you get engineers, right? So you will go completely take the lot whoever have passed so that you can fit them into the office. So these are all strategies where to get the right people. But it is not always engineering colleges here, it is for software industries like that. There are a lot of catchment areas, we say, where we can get right people. Of late you would have seen in most of the restaurants or hotels, who is serving you? Anyone? All of you will be going to restaurants, I think. Who are the servers? Waiters? Anyone there? I see
Mostly
some
North Indians, like
North Indians. Okay, very good. Anything else in particular?
teenage person.
Yes?
Teenage person.
No, I'm asking about topography, geographical areas, catchment areas. Who are they? Usually now we see in off, not even last decade, it would be around 5-6 years ago it started, I think. You can see a lot of northeast people, not exactly North Indians. You can see a lot of Nepalis, right? Nepalis, Bangladeshis even. Then they are migrants actually, so we cannot know they are Bangladeshis. Say we can say from Bengal, Assam, northeast particularly, right? Nepal, Bihar, a lot of people migrate to south to work. To that,
Refugees.
yes. No, not refugees. Refugees are different. Refugees are different. We don't have refugees at present in India. Actually, currently we have Ceylon refugees, Sri Lankan refugees only. That too, I think now they are in the conversion. We don't have refugees. These are all migrants. Laborers usually are migrants. Okay, migration happens from one place to the other in flocks, in groups. People will migrate from one place to other in search of work, in search of some jobs to do. Usually it happens in 2-3 instances, when war strike. When there is war going on, people will migrate from one another in prediction of war, or drought. There is nothing to eat, drought filled areas, no water, scarcity of water, these kind of things. So these agricultural laborers have to migrate from one place to other. Migration is the biggest what do you say, for politicians and administrators a headache, but migration causes the flow of human resource from one place to the other. Okay, where we started, yes. So you would have seen the waiters mostly from those areas. Have you ever thought about this process? See, a small restaurant, I'm talking about that intensity. Like last month, I think I went to a very remote corner of Kerala, and in that part of Kerala, which is totally Malayalam spoken, where you cannot even converse in English. Hindi is no way. Even in that part, I was able to see the waiter job is done by the Nepalis or Northeast people. I really got curious, and it's wow, because as I am teaching HR, maybe due to that reason, but I started intrigued and I started asking questions about how these people can reach to remote locations, because see the connectivity. As a restaurant owner sitting in a remote area of South, how I could have a resume, or how I could have selected a person so far away from the place, right? So here we need some strategy. Unless you have a planning and strategy, this is not possible. But this particular case, the strategy is not done by the restaurant owner, but this is by big HRM consultancies who are supplying the human resource to all over the place where they are in need. We will see that later, how this chain works, or how these consultancies work when we are going in depth of the subject. Now let us see, these are the strategies we are talking about, right? So recruitment needs a big kind of planning and strategies. Okay, right. The next one, to prioritize or to draw certain strategies, I need to know what is the job I'm looking for. I'm looking for men, right? But what for I'm looking? Unless I know that, how I can select the person? How do I know? For that, we have to do two major things. One is called as job designing, and another one is job analysis, right? Designing is the first part. Then we have to do the analysis. What is this designing? Let us take the same example what we have started today with, right? we are starting a restaurant and we need waiters designing. Who are these waiters? Who will be serving food from the kitchen to the customer? Am I right? So a waiter who waits for the consumer to order some food, right? He has to communicate it to the kitchen, then bring forth the food to the consumer, right? So job design. This is the design. So you have to analyze this to understand what kind of person I need, right? What is the analysis? What is the time of job I require? What is the qualification? What kind of stamina or what kind of physique, what kind of fitness, level of eye power, how fluent he should be in the local language, what kind of other languages he should know, how old he can be, whether I need a person who is well groomed. Are able to understand? So you have to answer all these questions. This is analysis. If you are well defined, you are making the job definition a proper one. What happens? It gives you a clarity about whom you are selecting. Are you able to understand? If you are not filling any of this question, you have a hole in the clarity. So what happens? When hiring, you may not be the person, that is who is the one who is designing and analyzing, may not sit in the interview desk or may not be in the selection panel. Are you able to understand? So when you are designing, analyzing, you should give it the print in such a way so that whoever is following that process can have an unambiguous, clear definition of that job to select the right person, right? So this job design and job analysis is a huge work, right? It cannot be done overnight. It has to be a process. You will be collecting a lot of data, then tuning it, refining it to make a definition. This is done in the first time, okay? It is not every time recruitment you need not do. When you are designing a job, that is one time, okay? The analysis and job designing will be one time, but a lengthy process. Once you do it, you are right. You are able to write all the recruitment and rules of recruitment and requirement of recruitment as a document is made about one job that can be used continuously whenever you are going to recruit a person. Of course, it is flexible. Next time you are going to do from the past experience, you can once again redo it, but the base will be same. It will be easier once the job designing and analysis is done. Okay. So what happens next? Now you know who you want. Now you will be searching for the source where you will get that kind of person. Right? This is what we are talking about. I want software engineers. Where I will get freshers? I'll go to college. Whoever has passed. I can get the cream of the students. Right? I need some, say for example, volunteers. Go to some NGO. I need housemates. Go to the consultancy agency where you will have a group. So source of the supply where I can get for the people who I have designed, right? That is the next step. Then what happens? You call for the applications. You are putting up the sign that the vacancies are there. So people will be applying to you. So far, you have done only one step. All these are just one step. You are starting to recruit. You are getting the applications. Now the real process starts, right? People have started coming in. Till this, it is like a closed kitchen. You can do inside whatever you want. You are not opened the restaurant yet, right? Once you open, public starts coming in. The people have started applying to your organization. There the real work starts. Now what you have to do? You have to go through all the applications. What do we call this? Screening of applications, right? So if you go through the applications, you can see that the eligibility criteria is not matched. To keep it aside, right? Screening. So this is just matching with your eligibility, nothing else. You are not selecting. You are just screening. Okay, you are matching with the you want a graduate. One person has not finished graduation. Keep it aside. So screening of the applications. Once done, you have filtered some. Then still you have this much of applications. What you have to do now? Shortlist them. Out of that, you rank them. Whoever is better, shortlist. So still you can filter a little bit. Then what you can do now next? You can start interviewing. Right? If you want to still filter, see for example, you have 1,000 vacancies. It's a big company. You have 1,000 vacancies. So you have received some 10,000 applications. See for example, BSRB, Bank Recruitment Board and all, they conduct common exams. In those cases, what happens? Thousands of people apply. You have to filter. In those cases, what you can do, you can written exam in between, right? So that written exam will become another one filter. Whoever passes that, you can take up them, whip up the cream, right? Then you can go for interviewing, personal interview after the written test, right? So in the interview, what happens? You can still filter a few. So from the face-to-face interview, whoever you select, that is called selection. So from the recruitment till the selection, a lot of work is involved. Right? Are able to understand? Still, I am not exhausted all the options. It depends on the job design, For example, if it is for an air hostess or a pilot job, there will be eye testing actually. Then it is for assembly unit. There will be testing of your stability, motor ability, motor coordination ability, we call that, right? That is a coordination between your hand, eye and mind, right? This motor coordination ability will be checked for assembly units, for units, right? So wherever the physical work is involved, fitness will be asked. In most of the jobs, medical certificate will be asked, medical background. Then background checks will be there. Then your certificates will be verified. So there are a lot of process depending upon the organization and depending upon the importance of the job, right? The higher the cadre goes, the process will be more. So you have to do it a lot, right? So like this, a lot of steps are involved to hire one person. So he is selected. What happens next? An offer letter is given to them. Exactly if you say what it is, a offer letter will be given to him, right? Then the offer letter will talk about the remuneration and packages. So what happens? The person who is selected has to give an acceptance letter or joining letter. He can come and join on the so-and-so date, particular date, and there the selection ends, right? He has been selected and he has joined. But the process is not over. What happens? He is a fresher. He has come to the organization. He is like a novice. He doesn't know anything about the organization. But as I told you, people are to be affiliated. They have to be attached to the organization so that they can be productive, so that they can own, the belongingness. Belongingness is very much important for the employee to be engaged in the job. Unless you do that, they will feel like floating from the organization. They don't know that. It will take time. But to easy that, to facilitate that, what we can do two things that is called as induction and orientation, right? Orientation is nothing but, telling about the company, what is that, who are in what seats, how your career will grow here. And induction will be introducing you to the various departments. You will be taken like a tour to various departments. You will have a chance to look at all the departments of the organization. So that is called induction. You will come to know face to face around the people. So see, it is like ice breaking, So you say hi to all of the people. Next day you go to the canteen. It won't feel weird that everyone is not known to you. At least some of them will smile at you because the previous day they have seen you in induction. See how warm it will be. If it is not so, if you go to a canteen the next day, imagine everyone will think who is this, and you will also be looking, giving a blank stare, which will be very awkward for everyone. So to remove this awkwardness, what we do, we induct people, give the induction and orientation as soon as possible. Induction is better to be given on the same day when the person joins the organization. Orientation can be given individually or group. You can collect, say for example, for 1 month you can induct and take people inside. For 1 month, once you can give orientation, collect all the people, put them on one place and give orientation. That is possible, right? So these are planned, or induction and orientation are planned. If possible, I will tell you in future also. Induction is also a schedule. It is made, then circulated to all the departments. They will give their convenient time. So it is like a process, and it's a, what do you say, a successful one to get the people feel that organization is theirs. Okay, and then next, what happens when you see to that where they have to be placed? Because now in this process, from the application till the selection, you are mingling with the person, so you come to know about them. So you will be the better judge to decide on where to place that person. Most often what happens, it is not that always what for they are applying is the place they have to be placed. Why I'm saying, see, you will not advertise all the places. Say for example, you have advertised for a what is same example, let us take a waiter, right? And one person has applied, and you see he's a middle-aged person. He has a lot of experience in hotel waiters. He is very good in communication. So he wants a change, so he comes to your restaurant. It is not necessary that you have to place him as a waiter. After knowing him, you have selected him, you can put him as a supervisor also, right? Or you can put him in cash, wherever you feel there is a gap. Are able to understand? So it's not necessarily always to be for the exact position they have applied for. Placement is where you find suitable for that person, where the place is suitable for that person, right? That will create wonders. I have witnessed one real-time incident on this. One person who has won a lot of awards for greening the campus. Manali in Chennai is area where oil refineries are there. So you know how the oil factories will be, right? A lot of spillage will be there. The entire area will be black because of the dust, oily dust. And everything will be like dull and smelly, diesel smelly. So that area, Manali, is like that. No plants, no greeneries. The factories have cut down. So one Nepali, those days, Gurkhas will come. The securities, Gurkhas will come only from Nepal. So I'm talking about some 40 years ago. That man who I'm mentioning, who has got awards, is around 80 years now, right? So this person came as a security to the one of the government-owned refinery, oil refinery, and he is a night shift person, and he will guard the gate at the night, and he is so fond of plants, trees. So he felt very bad as he is coming from Nepal, a beautiful country with trees. He is not able to digest that this place is totally dark and gloomy. So at day shift, what he will do? He will not sleep. He will start planting some trees in the garden of the factory. The GM who crossed now and then noticed this man with a small kudmi is doing this work. One day he asked his personnel, what is that person doing there? They told he is a night watchman. At days he is tending to these trees. So what the GM did, then why are you making him as a night guard? Make him as a full-time gardener. So he created a post gardener, and he made that person a gardener. And after that shift, he has planted around 40,000 trees in Chennai, near Manali. For that, he has achieved a lot of awards. Also, even after retirement, he was not able to quit the place. He still tends to the trees and maintains the garden in and around the place. So, see, placement is having such an importance. This one is a real-time fact, and his name is, I think, Tej Bahadur Singh Rana. I can never forget that he's a very small person. So placement can do such wonders, right? So it is a very important, important activity in the recruitment process, right? So after that, some places, it's not in all the cases, some jobs requires training, right? So that is included in the selection before placement or after placement. Immediately before they start the real time work, some organizations give training for that work to be started with. Maybe what they have studied is theoretical, or that particular organization has a different kind of work, right? So what they will do, they will include a training session in the selection process itself. So once you are selected, immediately you will send for training for some time. I think like LIC and all do this. They have training zones, and immediately they will be recruited and sent to training. After the training is over, but they'll be on job, then they will come back for the exact placement of work. Okay, right. So to make the mood lighter, I have given you two jokes. You can see that leadership experience is asked in the recruitment. So what he says is, I have 13 people following on Twitter. So that is a leadership he poses that himself he has asked. See, and see the rule of eligibility here. What we are looking for is somebody about 25 years, but with 40 years of experience. That's what I said. You have to have a proper job design and analysis so that to avoid these kind of flaws, right? Okay. So this is what actually we have studied. What I have told all the time. Just to define, I have given you this. See, job analysis is studying the duties and responsibilities involved in its performance, right? So you will be analyzing what you need. That is what the nature of task, qualifications required, all these things what you have seen. And description is a lot of these terminologies you note down, because these things can come in part A question for smaller things: job analysis, job design, job description, job rotation, job specification, job enrichment, enlargement. All these terminologies you just get used to. Okay, they may be asked for in the A part sections, right? Okay. So what is job description? When you are describing the job, right? What is description? You describe it with the title first of all. What is that you are going to call it as? Like a hotel waiter, right? Or a executive, sales manager. All these are job titles. What are you going to call it? Then working hours, the time, salary, responsibility, and incentive. In this, responsibility is a very important thing in job description anywhere, because you have studied already in the first semester. Any responsibility should be paired with authority. If this is not balanced properly, the accountability of the job will not be okay. Remember these three things. Whenever you become a manager or you are an employee, always analyze this, whether your responsibility is on par with the authority you have been given with. Nothing should be more. Responsibility more with authority low will cause a distress, and more authority and less responsibility will cause power abuse, right? So this should be balanced. If these two are proper, then you can have a proper job accountability sheet also, so that they can account their job, how much they have produced. Measurement can be done, right? So this is about job description. What is job specification? You are exactly saying what is the qualification, eligibility, qualities you are looking for, experience you are looking for, what is the training and skills you are expecting. That is job specification, right? So this side, if you can see, I have given a picture. What are all the designs? While designing the job, what are all the designs you should keep in mind for a job? You have to see the efficiency. What is the design? Efficiency of the job, what you need. Then motivation, how you can give the motivation to the job. That can be given through these things like job enlargement, enrichment, teamwork, and flexibility. What is this job enlargement? See, because when sometimes you think that the job is under to you, that you can easily do that, many people will get demotivated. Like, you can solve a Sudoku 5 puzzle, but you are given with Sudoku 1. How you will feel? Like this is so simple. Why I have to put my heart and soul into it? I can just like that do it, and you will do it, and you will just while away your time, right? So that is not quite right. So what we have to do is we have to think about job enlargement. That is the job getting bigger and bigger on the way. While you are working, when the career is advancing, you will be having more challenges. The job getting enlarged. In the design itself, you should have a scope for that, right? Then job yes, any doubts? Okay, right. So the next one is job enrichment. What is enrichment? See, you can nourish the job, you can nurture the job, like see, for example, you are given with a mission, a tailoring mission, and you are stitching. How you can nurture this? You can give air condition to the room, or you can give power lighting to the machine, or you can give an automated machine. Are you able to understand? So this will enrich the job. The productivity is same, the eligibility is same, but you can make the job made more easier or interesting. Are you able to understand? Or keep one big picture in the room like this, give a new team. So these things will enrich the job. These are called the job enrichment. And the next one is like teamwork. See how teams can be made for this particular job. Can this job can be made with team or not in future? Like all these are things are designed. So you keep this as a document, as I told you. So in future also you can just go on making the analysis of the job based on this design and the flexibility of the job, how flexible it can be. So this is one. And the next one, as usual in any job, when you are designing any job, the safety of the job should be clearly mentioned in the design, right? Health and safety of any job, whatever it is. Health hazard can be anywhere, you never know what could be. So in the design itself, you should intertwine that what could be the safety and healthy part for the job in that one. And about the mental capacity. So what is a mental capacity for this particular job? That is how much information can be given, or how much instructions displays, and how much memory aids can be are necessary for the particular job. So these things are taken into consideration while designing a job, right? So this is for the recruitment planning. So when we thought about analysis, when we are talking about analysis, what is this analysis? When you have finished the job design, you will be analyzing the selection of jobs. What are all the jobs to be analyzed? Collect the data, set the description, set the specification. One full rotation if you come, you will have the job analysis. I have already explained to you this job description is a statement that outlines the specifics of a particular job or position with a company. So what are the things we have already seen? Title, position description, major areas, primary objectives, and specific responsibilities, right? And also job specification, it is about a statement of employee characteristics and qualifications, right? And the definition goes like this: required for satisfactory performance of defined duties and tasks comprising a specific job or function. So actually, what are the things we need in specification? Educational qualification, experience, personality traits, skills, and knowledge, right? So this is about the job specification. Again, I have given a cartoon to lighten the mood. What is that? It's a mattress testing department. So he says in the resume, he has said that I am lazy, frequently oversleep, and are lethargic, right? Most of the time. So what that department requires? Exactly. So what they say, you are the ideal person for this job. So the job specification says that a person who is lethargic for most of the time can be used for this, because he has to lie down in a mattress and find the quality of it. Sometimes I would say it is also a tough job, Okay. Right. So this we have seen already, job advertisements, application blank, screening of applications, Written test I have told you already, interviews, background check, medical examination, and final selection, making a job offer. Right. Any doubts till this? We have completed the selection process. Any doubts? This is a very important exam because it all starts here. If you have any doubts here, you can ask me. Are you following? Are you able to understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, understood.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. So, this is how the advertisements can be, intriguing. See the second one. We are looking for computer engineers who like to solve difficult problems. Call us on this number now. Where is the number? Where is the phone number? Are you not able to follow? Phone numbers are given as equations. The person who solves those mathematical equations will get the number, and only the one who can solve all the equations rightly will get the phone number to call for the application itself. See, in the advertisement itself, they have instilled a screening process. Not everyone will do that. Do you think?
No.
Are able to at least find out that how ridiculous or how riddled this call letter itself? These are real time advertisements I have taken to show you. These are true. These have come in the real world, calling for applications. Right? And the next one, you can see that IBM talent acquisition. So that is another kind of advertisement where it says talent acquisition manager. It gives all the things like what's the job design description, what do we want, what kind of person we are seeking for, all those things, right? So another way, it is another kind of attractive advertisement, right? So this is how the recruitment starts with. See, what in the first thing, looking for a new job, what that indicates, he is an old manager who is going on talking. So what this girl listens, she wants to move from that company to a new company. But where can she find that? She can go for job zone, like that. Are you able to understand? So see how attractive they are making the advertisements to come join for them, right? See the next one. This is called as head hunt, right? They, by one picture, they are saying that we can head hunt for you. Head hunt is just a idiom, like to say that they can poach people for you. It is not like they are cutting heads. It is like, see, for top management level, you are going to have assistant general manager, say AGM. You cannot just like that advertise that we are calling for assistant general manager. It is a big risk for the organization to say that there is a gap in the top managerial post. So what will they do? They will see to the competitors, other industries, other companies who are exactly like that, and they will try to take some people who are suitable for the post because they are more experienced, right? So these kind of recruitments for top managerial posts are called as head hunting or poaching, right? So this picture exactly says that you can go to them for head hunting. Okay, right? So we come next to the interview. Interviews are the another important thing in selection process. See that again for just I have to lighten. I have given my short-term goal is to bluff my way through this job interview. My long-term goal is to invent a time machine so I can come back and change everything I have said so far. This is how most of the interviews are going on now, like bluffing the way through. Why? Because where a person can get through, when the person sitting opposite is not well prepared. Are you able to understand? See, if I ask a question, when you can bluff through me if I don't know the answer? Are you able to understand? If I am well prepared with the answer, I will not accept when you bluff, right? Most of the selections go wrong because during the interview, the preparation is low on the employer side. I'm not talking about the candidate, right? If you have to become a good HR manager, if you want to really select good people, then you should be able to, you should understand the importance of interview, right? Not only understanding, you should put a lot of work, hard work before you go for the interview. Let us see what are the kinds of interviews you can have in one organization, First one is structured interview. What is a structured interview? You have a set of questions. You have set of expectations. Why I am saying expectations, it is not necessarily always set of questions. See, for example, I have to recruit a help desk person, a receptionist kind of, right? One who answers the public who is in the organization. What I have to look for more than the graduation and communication, the politeness of answering, the body language, how they sit, how forcefully they talk. All these things are structured interview. They will not be in questions, but they will be in my sheet of markings. Are you able to understand? This need not be known to the person sitting opposite. How they knock the door, how they open the door, how they are asking for excuse to sit, or how they are redundant in the question. Sometimes people, will ask, what's your name? Oh, you're asking my name? I'll say. Where you studied? My college, like that. So these are redundant. That means they take a pause to process the questions, right? These things are negative to be a friend desk person. Are you able to understand? So this will not be in the question set. This has to be have markings. So this is what we call a structured interview. What you want from a person. How do you know this? Mano, can you please mute your mic? Unless you have some question to ask to me. Right. So how we know these things, by the design. That is why I said you have to spend a lot of time in job designing and analysis so that you will know what to expect in a person when he is sitting in front of you, right? That should be in the paper. If the job design is so clear, then the person who is interviewing will know what to expect from the person sitting in front of them, okay? Then the second one is unstructured interview. Unstructured interview is like open-ended. You need not have questions, just only expectations, right? What you want from the person. That is unstructured interview. The second one is, third one is mixed interview. Both. You will have a structure, but it is open. You can have unstructured questions also. When this happens, when you are sending HR executives to some recruitment interviews, then most of the time it will be structured interviews, right? And when top managerial post and top managers are sitting for interview, you cannot give a set of questions to them. It is unstructured. So these middle level managers, when they go for interview, they can have both. They will have a structure as well as they can ask whatever comes to them in mind. So this is mixed kind of interview. Both can be integrated to one. The next one is behavioral interview. As I told you, sometimes you may have to see the behavior of the person, right? For fewer kind of like, say, air hostess, behavior is that most matters apart from the good looks and other qualifications, communication matters. So these kind of things. So behavioral interviews can be conducted. Stress interviews, where the stress interviews will be used, like when the job design says that it is a highly stressful job, like always they will be in hot seat, they have always a target. In those cases, you cannot have a person who is very sensitive and cannot bear the pressure, right? They will run away. All your recruitment process will be wasted in 1 month or 2 months. So what you have to do, you have to have an interview designed in such a way, you check his stress level, how much he can bear. So these things are called as stress interviews, right? When a pressurized job is there. One-to-one interview is when one person talks to other person. Panel interview is when a lot of people sitting and interviewing one person. Telephonic interview, calling through telephone, nothing else. And video interview is one step ahead when what we are like doing in a video call. So these are the types of interviews in the selection process you can ask. Okay, questions and purpose. When you are making a structured interview, you have to write questions for that interview. What are the purpose? Why you have to write questions like that? See, first thing is relaxing versus creating nervousness, right? See, both the things the interviewer can do. Okay, sometimes see you are taking for like fresher engineers, for fresh men. Okay, so you cannot assess their weightage. You cannot assess their competency if they are nervous. Are you able to understand? You have to make them relaxed so that I can squeeze some good answers from them, because the age matters, the experience matters. When they are around 20, 25, they'll be nervous, right? You cannot get into a room without participating through your forms, because it is of the less exposure. So you have to relax them if you want to see the real person sitting opposite to them, right? So relaxing. But you can create nervousness in some people to see how they cope up with the nervousness. See, for example, you are selecting a sales manager, right? Or a production manager who has to go through a lot of ruckus in the workplace, right? A mission falls or some conflict, some fights in between the workplace. So you have to see how a person reacts in the nervousness. Then you can create questions in such a way that he will become nervous. Are you able to understand? So all this comes down to with that base only you can build these things. The second set of questions can be facts versus hypothesis, right? You can ask factual questions. This is what our office has. Can you handle? Or a hypothesis. If this happens in the factory, what will you do? Are you able to understand? You can have facts as well as hypothesis questions. Open or closed questions. Like you can ask them, tell about yourself. It's an open question. Or you can ask, are you an introvert or extrovert? It's a closed question. If you give options, they will select one among that. If you give open, they can select anything. But you cannot always have open or you cannot always have closed questions. Again, it depends on the job design. The second one, timed versus unlimited time. Once again, it depends on the cadre. The timed interviews is mostly for the lower cadre. Of say 10 minutes for one person because you have a lot to do. But if it is like vice chairman or general manager or manager, some higher post, then time doesn't matter. You have to go through the entire process of knowing that person so that you can whether decide upon whether to select or not. Then personality versus eligibility, right? This is a very tricky one. You have to once again decide on based on the design whether you want eligibility or the personality, right? Some job demands a personality, some job demands only eligibility. right? Say for example, you have to type in code, like in the software industry, you have to make programs and code. You don't have to look about their personality, don't have to know about the personality at all. Just look at the resume, how much mark they have got in the engineering degree, or how they are doing well in your written test, coding examination, finish. Eligibility is enough. But if you are selecting a team leader for the same company, same job, then you have to see the personality. Are you able to understand? Then psychoanalysis. This is for fewer jobs where you have to know about the person, like psychological analysis questionnaires can be given. Then intellectual challenges. As just now we have seen that we need people who are able to crack the codes, like space stations, like space research wings, or experimental labs, or like this, some higher intellectual needs where technological stations. So that, what is that, you have to have intellectual challenges, so that you need person who are your thirst for challenges, right, intellectually. So those kind of questions can be made based on that. Then presentations, you can have presentations both sides, and futuristic versus realistic. The last one is, you can ask futuristic questions or current realistic questions, right? So these are all how to make a questionnaire, interview questionnaire. So this is how it is done. I think we have already seen this induction and orientation. So just we can go through it. Induction is exactly that, welcome board, right? So when you department will have a welcome board to you. So what happens? That will give you a warm embrace, like you are getting absorbed by the organization, right? So it is like a well orchestrated event. As I told you, scheduled timings will be there. So you will be given with the schedule, and the departments will be given with the schedule. Say for example, half an hour in this department, then you will be going to the other department. The next manager will take over, then next one, like that. They will be like relay race. They will hand you over to other departments, and you can look and come back. That is induction. And first you will have that, as I told you, that awkwardness that will be relieved because of the induction. Okay, so see the next one. I got a job at Google, but when I shouted Yahoo, they fired me. Why he shouted Yahoo? Because he got a job at Google, very happy. So he shouted Yahoo, and what happened? They have fired him. Right, okay. So we will see the formal, type of induction programs. And I think with this we will finish, as we are running out of time. So there are two kind of inductions. One is formal induction. The second one is informal induction, right? A formal induction is structured program, as we have seen. Schedule will be there, you will be moving around. Informal induction is you will be put in the job. Then for the job you will be sent. Like say for example, you are put in the sales job. So you will be asked to go to the production department and get that one product. Right? So this is informal induction. On the job itself, you will be sent to various places for the job. You will go and get acquainted with all the departments and the people and places. So this is another kind of induction schedule, formal and informal. And it can be done individual or collective, right? Individual induction is whenever one person comes, he will be taken to induction, and collective is when group of employees are done. Once again, it depends on the category, hierarchy. If a middle level or higher level management people are recruited, they will be given individual induction. But if it is a lower level or lesser than that in the hierarchy, a group will be collected, then they will be circulated for induction. And the serial induction is continuously one person will be given as a tutor, and he will be taking him to show all the things. Disjunctive induction is no one model is there. He has to build his own model as an induction. That is the disjunctive induction, right? Okay, so with that, I would like to complete the session today, because this topic is over here. So tomorrow we will be moving on to the next topic called performance appraisal. Not tomorrow, I'm sorry, next Saturday. Right? So with this, we conclude the session here. Any doubts? I think exactly by 4 o'clock we have finished. Right. Any doubts?
No, ma'am.
No doubts at all. So should I take it that all of you have understood whatever I told, or the other side?
Yes, ma'am, understood.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll be happy if you have any feedback. I'll give you my email ID in the chat box. So if you have, okay, chat is closed by the.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, right. So you can give the feedback on the class also. I'll be happy to get the feedbacks. Most probably the flaws in the class, whatever I have to improve, I'll be happy to listen to that. And anything else you need to be taught in the class, that also you can tell to me. Whatever it is, you can. What is that, Satya? Okay, right. With that, so we wind up the session. So we will meet next week, Saturday, right? Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.